I don't know if the mobile view is available yet. I don't know if it is, but if it is, hi, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go finish doing my hair and I'll be right back. But I don't know even know if that's the case. But I'm gonna mute my mic and play music. Okay, your beat. Hola, bonjour. Hello. Hi, Panda. Hi, Harley. Hi, Jeeds. Hello. I don't even know. Like, I don't know if the mobile view is currently going right now. I hope not. Anybody on mobile, can you confirm, is the mobile view going right now? It shouldn't be, but if it is, it's not the end of the world. Just a little bit annoying. But hi everybody. Hello. How are we doing today? Hopefully well, hopefully good. I'm doing quite okay myself. I took a shower, cleaned my hair, ate some dinner, just hanging out with my mom for a little bit. Hi Ben. I can see you in vertical. Yeah, okay, cool. That's really awesome. I kind of was afraid of that. Okay, so vertical view is right when I go live on Twitch, vertical view is kind of just there, which isn't great because that means the starting soon screen is only working for the like main thing, but whatever. Kind of unfortunate a little bit. Um but that's okay. Not the end of the world. TBH. Not the end of the world. Anyway, how are we doing today, y'all? Hello. Ooh. Okay. How are we doing today, everybody? How was everybody's week? How was everybody's weekend? We're doing the Sunday night wrap up. Taking shots, smoking weed. Hell yeah. I'm doing pretty good. How's Crested? How's your sis? Love the hair, thank you. It's freshly cleaned. It's freshly cleaned and such. I guess I'll go live on. Crest is doing well. You don't know what he's doing right now? He better be in here real soon. Wait, so y'all, just to confirm, y'all do not live together, right? Hi, Ashley. Oh my god. Yay. I really hope Stoney's around tonight for Smiling Friends and he doesn't lie to us again. No, not yet. That makes sense. He's still he's still at school, right? Hi, Jeeds. How are you, sweetie? What is WTM? What's the moves tonight? Is that what that means? I don't know. I think today's just gonna be like a chill, decompress day. I'll play some ranked like normal, and we'll just kind of like hang out. We'll hang out. We'll vibe. Um, Hi, Bibsy. Oh, I actually posted. I posted as a YouTube post, and I posted on Discord. Hold on, so I can pull it up. Let's see if I can pull it up for you. Um, Hi, Kayla. How are you? I'm doing okay. We're vibing. We're chilling. Um, okay, these are the frames. You can't. I gotta zoom in. Hold on. So, the first game I came in first and I bowled a 107, but like my dad and Ashley both did like horrible, so I feel like that's not really fair. But and then the second game I was doing pretty not good, and up until the last frame I had 81 and I came in last this game. But in order to secure the triple digits, On the last frame, I hit a strike. And then I gutter balled the next one, which was painful. But then on the ensuing shot, I striked again, but I only got a spare because I only got a spare because I gutter balled the first one, but high clever pause. -2. Sorry. But yeah, I mean, I was just happy to get triple digits both times, to be honest. I was happy to get triple digits both times, and yeah, I don't know. It was a it was a it was a fun, just a little fun little afternoon out. I tried to get my mom to go too, but she wasn't feeling it, I guess. Um Yo, what's up, Gur? Hi, Alina. You glad I had fun? Thank you. Sorry, I didn't have YouTube chat open for a second. I do that sometimes. Sorry about that. Hi, Bane. How was your day today, Gur? -2 years off my life? No, just -2. Just -2. I'm getting your ass handed to me in chess. You're so deaf grinding to... Wait, are you like... Is this another new, Is this another new adventure? Another new venture, Killa? You're just fucking cycling through competitive stuff. Hi, Gim. How are you tonight? Hi, Fate. Did I say hi, Fate? Hi, Fate. I know I was talking to you in Twilly's chat for a second. You're describing the effects. It wasn't a joke. Oh, damn. Um, uh, damn. Unlucky, I guess. Hi. No, I said hi. I'm sorry, Faye. I didn't mean to skip you. I promise. I just got caught up showing the frames. You're competitive even though you hate competition. Make it make sense. Your fragile ego. I don't hate competition, but yeah, I mean, it's stressful. Your day was good. You drank maybe too much water, but it's all right. Why? How did you drink too much water? What happened? You just kept chugging? Call me Nathaniel. I'm so sorry. I always forget, Nate. My bad. Nate, wait, Nate or Nathaniel? I always forget. Oh my goodness. 20 stream streak type. This called damn. What's his major again? Yeah, no, I figured he was still at school. We love the crested checkup. My Cheetos are open. My Mountain Dew is cold. My bib is on. Time to watch Paps. Oh, yeah. That's what it's all about, baby. That is what it's all about. I mean, it's okay. I mean, at least you were hydrating yourself properly for the best you could, Gur. You slept for way too long, but you're fine. How long did you sleep for? But yeah, I mean, been there, done that many times. Oh, wait. Fishery biology, Moid. What the hell? Hi, Crested. I was just talking to Harley about you, believe it or not. At least 10 hours. That's not too bad. There's been times where like the days where I was attempting to pull like all-nighters and stuff, I was just sleeping for like 20 hours sometimes. Like I don't know how I thought that was like good. Killa, I'm gonna do it just for you. You'll see. Get some sleepies. Thanks for popping in and saying hi at least. I do appreciate that. JK, you can't watch? You just wanted to say hi? No! That's okay. Do well, Smeeb. Do well. That's okay. We move. Oh God, Fate. Yeah, I saw you were raging in Twilly's chat too. I can't believe Twilly egoed me. I had a vision for what I wanted to do today. I was gonna be a trio stream, Beckett stream, Twilly stream, I stream, and we just like share our streams and chats together. And it could have been so fun. And we could have all been streaming and playing Rocket League and killing it. But Beckage, let's see if Beccage's around tonight. Um, Twilly said he wants to solo queue and do his own thing for tonight, and I don't even know if Beccage's around, so. Big ZD type dish is so fire. Me. Did you want to play? Yeah, I mean, yeah, we could, I'm down to like, I'm down to do extras for a little bit if y'all want to play until I can figure out what's up. If y'all want to chill in VC and just like talk and play. Hi, Rabies. See if he's down. Cause I would be down like for like an hour, 2 hours, whatever. Just like chill, talk, and I'll figure stuff out. Oh, big ZD. Oh, I'm rubbing my big belly. Oh, that. Why did I imagine you saying it in that voice? Fuck. Oh yeah, big ZD. Oh, I'm rubbing my big belly. Hi, Quack. You did say it like that? That's Scottish. It's more like Shrekish. The baby. Hi. How are you doing tonight, Rabies? What are you up to? Hi, G Wiley. Get in my belly. Big ZD, get in my belly. That's literally like Shrek, basically, kinda. Hi, Jordan. Oh my goodness. How was the plans today? Did everything happen like they were supposed to? I kind of didn't get up on time. I did get to go bowling today. I went to Pins. Y'all went to Pins on Saturday or Friday? It was Friday. And me, Shlee, and my dad went bowling yesterday. And I did awesome. Lasagna is decent, but not that good. Wait, but it is. Wait, why do you hate lasagna? You'll be back. You're going to watch Final Destination. Okay, tell me how it is when you watch. You've been in hella pain with your wisdom teeth? Oh, that really sucks. I'm so glad that I got my wisdom teeth removed when I was 18 and I never have to worry about that again. One less stress. Oh, sorry, Crested. Scotland forever. Damn, I got a mosquito bite on me. I've been scratching it. I just like scratched my skin off. That's not good. I'm gonna leave that alone now. If I accidentally press the vertical V button one more time, everyone's gonna oh god. How are you pressing on accident? Rip pickup and play decently. Ripped King Street and it was horrible. Wait. Why was King Street horrible? I bowled a 107 and then a 101. So I know that's not good, but like I was just happy to get triple digits both times. It was my first time going in like 6 months, so. You're Scottish? You're Scottish, really? Sorry, Fate. Wait, that's so sad because that was one of my favorite things as well, Jordan. Oh, that's actually so cooked. Lasagna's decent, but not that good. It's slimy and mushy. It's overhyped. I mean, honestly, I feel like what really makes a good lasagna, like, is the texture of the actual baked, like, the pasta part and how good the sauce is. That's like the two biggest things for me. Even if the texture is good, if the sauce is ass, it just, yeah. Don't be mean to Harley, Crested. There's no al dente lasagna? Wait, you should invent it. What's up, Ali? What's up, probs? The white stuff in lasagna? That's ricotta cheese, you goober. That was really cute. Hi, Kiro. How are you? It might be all the lasagna I've had just suck, but so far you don't like it? Can I pinch? I got you. It's okay. No worries, One Piece is fire. What have you been up to? Boom. There you go. First try. Is that good enough? Ricotta cheese is pretty good. How do we feel about cottage cheese? Any cottage cheese fans? Any cottage cheese enjoyers in the chat? Gay cheese? Wait, why is it gay cheese? What kind of homosexual relations does it have? Cabin cheese? Is this like a Ligma joke? I'll bite. What's cabin cheese? One sec. Okay. Oh, yeah, sorry. I did freeze IRL. I was looking at my phone. Someone just posted, dude, listen to the amount of just absolute degenerate freaks that would like genuinely stalk me on Twitter. There's this one person that took just took a selfie of me that I posted on Twitter, just like a regular selfie of me. And they just wrote like they did like just like they saved it in Snapchat or whatever. This was years ago, and they just like wrote "Hey N-word hard R," but like the actual word, and then they just were like posting that on Twitter. I don't know if they were like trying to insinuate that like I said that or some other weird shit. So I've been posting on Facebook recently, just for like the past couple days, trying to be consistent with it, and I just looked at like someone commented on my recent Facebook post, and they just posted that picture. And for a second, I like typed out a response for a second there, which is why you saw me freeze. And I was gonna say, you realize that like I didn't say this, right? Like this is just something someone wrote over the picture. How did they find that? It probably it's got to be one of the people from that stupid little friend group, right? Like surely. Like I don't know if they're stupid enough to think that that is something that like I posted, or if it literally just is like some of the people from that group being freaks. But either way, it's like, how weird are you to still be having that on tap and posting it and like being a freak like years down the line, you know? Yo, what's up, Turtle? That Turtle Gaming. Hello, welcome to stream. Shout out. I'm getting closer to SSL, and also I'm going to Cedar Point tomorrow. Nice. Hell yeah. I hope Cedar Point's really fun. I don't know what that is, but hell yeah. You hate cottage cheese with a passion? Wait, why? What's up, Chante? How are you? Um, Cottage cheese is good protein. You just gotta watch out for the sodium. It doesn't have like a lot of sodium. What's up, Ali? Welcome back. Hi, Jason. How are you doing tonight, sweetie? Don't worry, I have the pass. Funny, funny. But yeah, it really is high school bully type shit. I just have no idea. I don't know. I didn't. I ended up obviously I ended up not responding because why the hell would I? I just blocked him and removed the comment because like yeah, obviously, and there's obviously no reason to like engage with someone like that. They're just trying to get like a reaction out of me. It's just really weird. Just really weird because like I'm assuming it's one of the people that like were just that. Imagine it. I wonder if it was like Dolores himself. I would not be surprised if he hasn't changed at all. And he's literally just the same slur slinging gamer. It would not surprise me at all. Christina's down. All right, let's do it. That's fair, Gur. Coach me, please. I'm not a coach. I'm sorry. I'm not good enough to coach anyway. I gotta coach myself. Cedar Point is great. Top Thrill Dragster. Wait, what is Cedar Point? Is it like a theme park? Just about, Jason. I'm 17. I'm like 1704 or something. 1705. So I'm pretty close. I'm like right there. I'm still almost regained. The grind's been okay. I didn't have the best sesh to start yesterday, but I've been turning it back around. Theme park, okay. I've never been. I am not a theme park enjoyer, if you couldn't guess from how I am. I do not enjoy thrills like that. It is not for me. Not for me, not for me. Yo, what's up, Tien? I live for the tummy in your chest feeling. Oh my god, I hate that feeling. That feeling genuinely makes me feel like I'm going to die. I literally cannot relate to that at all. That feeling makes me feel like I'm going to die. I get that feeling and I think, oh my god, this is it. It's over for me. GG. That's what I feel. It blows my mind that there's anybody that has like the opposite. Because like for me, it's such a distinct, horrible feeling. Bonjour. Chat, am I muted?
Yo.
Bonjour.
Yo, Paps, did you end up getting GC3 yesterday?
No, but I did end up getting into 1700 again. I'm like 1705. So
Bro, I
I
just ended 1712.
yeah. Oh my god, wait. Is it finally Destiny telling us we have to play twos?
Probably not.
Oh, you're actually a rat. Wee baguette. You just said something so racist. How dare you? Can I psycho multi-flip reset? Who the f do you think I am? A Vample?
Yeah, she is not Aqua.
Yeah, what the? Okay, buddy. Does Aqua even play the game anymore?
I mean, there's like no RLCS going on right now, so why would he?
I guess that. I guess. Why not actually like play the game and get better?
Because he doesn't need to.
I guess he's just like that. I think you're Jade. Yes. What about that? Is Gim still deafened?
I think he just undeafened.
Hi, Jimp. Hi. How about we play extra modes for a little bit, and then me and you try to play twos? At least one game. Don't be a rat. We're like the same rank. Might as well.
Not for one game. Not for one game.
Oh my god. Kiro. Oh my god. You made your way over to Twitch. What's up? Dude, for those of you that start on YouTube or start on TikTok, like Kiro just came over from TikTok. For those of you that start on either of those platforms and come over to Twitch, You will genuinely see how much better of an experience Twitch is because like I don't know, bro. Twitch is just so much better. You get the full stream, you get music, and it's just a vibe. What's up, Alejandro? Wait, yeah, wait, Gur, maybe your key for cottage cheese is just to have it mixed into stuff. We're also moving. Oh my god, wait, you're moving? Damn. Are you moving far? You don't say exactly where you're moving and where you're from and stuff, but like, are you moving like super far away from your current home? I get too scared to go on a roller coaster. No, Gur, seriously. Like listen, I am not a thrill seeker in any like physical way. I will never skydive. I will never like drag race. I will never like I don't think I'll ever go on a roller coaster or anything like that. That's not for me. I don't seek my thrills in that way whatsoever. You got told you speak very good French because it all comes from the nose. You're Jewish. Were they making like an anti-Semitic joke? That's pretty fucked. How does one get the coach session now? I'm not a coach. I'm sorry. Listen. I'm not a coach. Ew, stop fucking saying that. I banned you for a reason, bro. Um, I'm not a coach, but if you like build up enough channel points on Twitch, I will literally give you a replay review for free. It just takes time to build up the points. But that's like the most kind of like coaching I do. But I feel like I do a pretty good job of making it pretty like in depth, and like I usually spend like 20-30 minutes on one replay review. And it's nice because I usually will like make a YouTube video out of it as well. So like if you ever want to like go back and watch it, you always can too. But that's pretty much like the extent of my coaching. Maybe at some point I'll like maybe I'll like do like a I don't even know. I've seen like people do like tier 3 sub replay review, but I just don't like the idea of like I don't know. I offer it for free for a reason with just like channel points. They're being genuine. They didn't know you were Jewish. I guess it makes sense because like French, you do like it's like it is a little bit nasally, I suppose. Like a ugh, all those sounds. Your friend never called you, never played Rocket League? That's okay. It happens sometimes. I wouldn't think worst case scenario. Maybe they just got busy or something. It happens. Funnily enough, that's something that like my therapist literally talked about with me last session. Because she just talked about how like people who have like really bad anxiety and like stress and stuff like I do tend to catastrophize things, just like literally making the worst case scenario out of anything, which I definitely do. I always go to worst case scenario and like really like ruminate on bad things that there's like no reason to. 99.9% of the time. And in a situation like that, like, yes, you know, your friends might not have called you and you didn't play, but there's probably like more than likely there's a good reason for it. They got busy, spurred with family, something like that. Yeah, honestly, Gur, valid. That Final Destination scene is scary. Hi, Lucifer. Welcome back. Yo, what's up, ladies? Hello, you're a girl? Yes. It's okay, Harley. We'll give this little guy the benefit of the doubt. You can key, by the way. No, they were saying no to Harley. But you sound different? I don't know what that means. No, I don't. I sound like me. I sound the same. Holy gang. What the hell, Fate? You're just mad you're not playing fours with us right now. God, I really hope they bring that back so we can play again.
Yeah. They need to get rid of Key Seeker.
Bro, we were playing every day for like freaking weeks. That was fun.
Yeah, that was a good time.
Yeah, I know. And then that wasn't even last season. That was the season before last, right? Like,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, damn. So that was like 4 or 5 months ago. That's so sad. That was really fun. I hope they bring that shit back. You sound like a man. See, this is what I'm saying, bro. Like, people like this, you can't even give them benefit of the doubt. They're always so fucking weird. Like, it's never just like a simple answer and then they go next. It's never like a simple answer like, oh, okay, yeah, nice. It's never that. It's always some weird shit after. Like, they like transvestigate. They have to. Every time. Yes, bring back Force. I'll unironically play with you, Fate. Hi, Read and Rap. How are you, sweetie? Evil stream vibe today? Nah, we're chilling. I have a feeling we get good Rumble RNG today. I can feel it in my bones.
I got plunger.
I know
Sorry?
Gim just woke up recently, but I guess I don't have to ask him what he did today. But what did you do today, Qian?
Woke up recently too. Not
Oh
gonna lie.
God, both of your schedules are cooked.
Yeah.
Why are you both on? Why are you both on my type of timing?
I have no clue.
Oh man, you have my sleep schedule from like half a year ago, just like absolutely cooked.
That's much.
Okay, Jason. This is actually I'm curious to hear some Jason music. It's sad because you both had your schedules fixed pretty recently too.
I mean, I don't know. It's just the cycle. I
It
guess
is.
I'll get I just won't get tired whenever it's dark out. It just happens.
Yeah. No, I mean. Uh-oh.
Holy shit, there.
Look who you're talking to. I get it. Does it have to be fully in English to be played? No, of course not. Today you were trying to make a Rumble private game, but you couldn't figure it out. It's actually really easy. It's quite literally, if you just go to private match, one of the game types is Rumble. So that's all you gotta do is just flick it to Rumble, change the map to what you want, and then boom. Easy. Dude, I was in a different live earlier and was getting shamed for being an atheist. Everyone else was ganged up on them. Dude, I was earlier getting shamed. Like everyone else getting up. Wait, so you're saying someone else is getting ganged on for being an atheist? Some people are weird. Rainy! Oh my goodness. Wait, is it your weekend or no? You've been too popular recently. You've been hanging out with your IRL friends and going to concerts and being too social. You're leaving me behind. What about our ranked grind? Presto. Let me translate your chat for you. I want attention. Please. Wait. Give me attention. I know you're so socialized out. Unironically, like, having a weekend like that, I'm good for social interaction for like a month, bro. Like, honestly, this past weekend, I only did like 2 things. Like, I went bowling with Shlee and my family, and then I went to like an apartment, like a apartment warming party, whatever you want to call it. And I interacted with, you know, oh my goodness. I interacted with like Shlee's family and stuff, and then obviously spent time with my family. And oh my God, wait. And I also went to the meteor shower with my IRL friend on Thursday too, right? Holy crap. Oh, I'm so burnt out. What can I say? I'm so busy, I know. It's sad that for me that unironically is busy, but like it is. Oh. You're not gonna someone doesn't mean you start shaming them. I mean, yeah, there are a lot of evangelical Christians that act like that. It's really, really sad. Not till Tuesday night. Oh my god. Wait, does your schedule change like every week, Rain?
Shit.
Here's a dive. I'll let me ask, but you can't play Rocket
Oh
today,
shit,
but
that's
tomorrow. Oh, that's okay.
Here.
Tied up. We're chilling. You
Mhm.
took a giant poop for way longer than you should have, and you felt no guilt. Bro, that's not... I don't mean to be that person, but that's not good for your butthole. Like genuinely, I know it's such a dork-ass nerd thing for me to say, but like, if you're taking longer than 10 minutes to poop, you really should at least, like, clean up and get up for a little bit, because it can, like, genuinely put too much pressure on your butt and, like, give you hemorrhoids and shit, which is obviously not good, and they can be super painful. I'm, like, way too tapped into, like, good poop mechanics and, like,
Shit.
proper poop form and shit. Are you... That's in our fucking net? Are you... Bro, look at their scoreboard.
Yo.
What the fuck are we losing to?
Okay, let's lock in.
Yeah. Fate, that'd be you on my team. Hi, you had a hernia? Damn. Squatty potty gang? Yes, exactly. I know it seems like a little thing, but like learning and knowing how to poop right can like genuinely be just a very positive impact. Wait, I can score this? Nice.
Uh,
Okay, Christina, you're in anonymous mode.
oh
Um,
yeah, I know.
wait, Jason, I'm totally down to play tomorrow, by the way. Also, I like your music taste. I feel like we have pretty similar music taste. Or at least, like, I like the stuff that you've requested to this point. But I'm totally down to play.
Nice.
I should be live tomorrow, like, earlier as well. Just on the weekends, when I am spending time with my family and Shlee and all that stuff, it, you know, it just makes it harder to start exactly when I want. But, like I said, I'm totally okay with having my time be pushed back for actual, like, you know, family stuff. Most of the time, it's not like that. So tomorrow, I don't have any plans to do anything besides normal day-to-day shit. So I guess I do have to call. I have to make a dermatologist appointment, but that does not take long. It's gonna be my first time going to the derm since I finished up Accutane, and I just want like a general checkup on my skin and like check out like all my birthmarks and stuff. So there's a place that opened up pretty recently in my town that my mom goes to, and she said she's like a really good doctor. So I figured I would at least check it out. Cause like, I don't know, having doctor's visits really close to where you live is so convenient. Because as long as you have that time slot open from like work or on the weekend or after work, whatever, you literally, it's like a quick little boom, you're there, boom, you're out, and you're already back home. So that's how I'm looking at it. I don't exactly love doctors. I honestly get a lot of medical anxiety, but I feel like having checkups helps to ease my anxiety a little
Fuck.
bit because
Wait,
I...
we're winning.
Yeah, we're good, we're good. I scored that punch goal. Nice.
Nice.
Sorry, I was muted and talking to chat because I didn't want to interrupt when y'all were saying stuff.
No, you're good. You don't have to mute.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
Ah,
Hi, Lone Wolf. Wait, this is your first song? I like this too. I like this song and the last song. Saturday was a whole day event. I'm good on talking. No, literally. Like, I feel like, Rain, I'm so with that. As long as I'm keeping, like, pretty constant contact. Like, obviously, you don't need to be talking every single day with someone to maintain a relationship with them, right? So, as long as, like, I'm talking to my friends, like, you know, at least, like, every week, every other week, I'm so fine. Like I said, I hung out with my IRL friend on Thursday of this past week. So, like, or maybe it was Wednesday, one of those days, Thursday or Wednesday. And as long as, like, I mean, I would be fine not hanging out with him for like another 2-3 weeks. I don't care, you know? Like, I'm good. Nice. Nice. I have so much stress on health. When I die, I die. I have so much... I have, you don't, well, you probably do understand because you've known me for years at this point, but I have so much health anxiety and medical anxiety. It's obviously not good for me. It's obviously not good for me. And like, I don't know. I'm literally just gonna ask to have like a general checkup. I'm gonna be like, literally just check every square inch of my body and make sure my skin looks okay, please. And see, the thing is, I get super stressed out thinking about that stuff. Like, oh my God, like what if I have like melanoma? And God, this is such a bad foray into my brain. But like, at least I won't have to think about like, oh my God, like what if I have melanoma? Like, oh my God, what if this, like, what if these like, spider veins are actually like varicose vein? Like, I don't know. Like, I literally tend to think worst case scenario for like everything. So while I do have medical anxiety, the confirmation of being checked over by a doctor and knowing that I am okay helps to ease that anxiety even just a little bit. How do you poop right? Wait, were you not in, whoa, were you not in stream yesterday for my, I drew it in Photoshop, proper pooping position. There's like actually tech to it.
Yes.
That's fine, I'm back. Once I'm done with this conversation, I'll give y'all my One Piece update and tell you how much I fucking hate Sanji. God. I'll tell you about that in a sec once I finish up this health. Oh, that's an internet.
Oh no.
That's how I have a lot of damage. That's how you are. You don't like going out too much. Yeah, I am definitely a introverted person that can be extroverted in small spurts. Get to the point. Suck my gay. Gur, are you serious? There's no way. Someone really said that rude ass shit to you? Health anxiety plus always assuming the worst is a hard combo. Yeah, no, you don't fucking say so, huh? Yeah, it fucking sucks. What did Sanji do? Was it Fishman Island? I fucking hate it. It's so bad. I don't know if it's OCD level bad, but like, I mean, I'm gonna be getting a neuropsychological evaluation within the next like 2 months probably. So I guess I'll find out if it is OCD level bad for like, you know, official diagnosis. I like wouldn't be surprised if I'm somewhere on the neurodivergent spectrum, whether it's ADHD, autism, OCD. Apparently I learned that all three of those are like somewhat connected and have similar traits. So that's also really great. And I've also heard of people having all three, which I can only assume how fucking horrendous that is. But yeah, I guess we'll see. Dude, shut up. That's enough. I guess we'll see what I have officially when I get checked out by a doctor. Hi, Ocean View. You think you might have depression? I'm sorry to hear that. Depression is no fucking joke.
Jesus.
What a save. Am I doing the original? I've been watching the original One Piece, not One Piece. Or I haven't. Oh, nice. I also have not been watching the remake. The remaster apparently doesn't have a dub yet. There's a lot of rules apparently. Posture, how long? Don't force it. No, listen. I'll give you a quick poop posture update. Ready? You have health anxiety too. You feel that? It's really frustrating and really like horrible. And like honestly, it probably is not good for me to have all that stress because stress is so bad for you and it probably like feeds into it. They're so lucky that was only 1 damage there. That would have gave us a whole... Bro. Need the feet elevate. No, like it's called squatty potty. Like that's like an actual like thing that it's like a product. Okay, that's our chance to win. Tie it up, I mean. Oh my god,
Alright, go
wait.
for it.
No! Damn, I thought I
Fuck.
gotta buy him. But yes, basically you want to have like when you're sitting down, like rather than like having 90-degree posture and then like just having your feet flat on the ground, what you want to do is you want to like prop your feet up on like a stool or something so that way your knees are like above your hips. And then while your knees are above your hips, you want to put your hands like on your thighs and like lean forward a little bit. And it like helps to like I just flipped like an actual kickoff. Okay. Um but yeah, it helps to like unpinch your nerves and it makes it so it's like easier to poop and like better for your body and stuff. And also like yeah, don't be on the toilet for too long because it can like genuinely give you hernias and like fuck with your butthole. No matter what age you are, it can like give you like hernias and stuff and that's like obviously not good. But yes, I drew a demonstration yesterday. It was rated as a under average bit for the channel. Who wants to be an editor and we can just have like a 2026 Paps stream bit in review? It could be like meme review, but bits throughout the year. And every year we'll post a new one. Sounds genius. This is your second song? I've liked both so far, Jason. Are you into hyperpop? I don't know if I've asked you before. But yeah, like I said, to wrap up the health anxiety conversation, I am gonna try to book a dermatologist appointment sometime this week. I just really hope they take my insurance, because it's just like super convenient. They're like really close to my house, and it would be a nice, quick appointment probably, and it would give me peace of mind. Because again, I haven't checked my skin in a while, so I just want to make sure everything's okay. Then I'll be good for a long time because like I'm very protective of my skin. I get like minimum sun exposure for like vitamin D and stuff. I like go out in the sun, touch grass, blah blah blah. But like I always wear sunscreen. I'm always protective. I'm always wearing like long sleeves, staying in the shade. So I'm very protective of the sun. I have a pretty decent skincare routine. But yeah, I just want to make sure my skin as of right now is okay. I also have like spider veins. Unfortunately, spider veins are like genetic in my family. Like my mom has them, my sister has them, and it kind of fucking sucks because I get a little bit self-conscious over them. But like they're like a really normal thing to have, obviously. It is like low-key in a weird way, like kind of like gender affirming. But like also I don't want to have them. My mom literally is going to the dermatologist as well to like have her spider veins looked at to make sure everything's okay and like maybe get them removed. So I'll probably end up asking her about that too. General checkup plus just some questions I've had. This sounds weird, but having a towel wrapped around me helps. Like you like the texture of a towel. Oh my god, you give yourself like a little burrito. I used to love that when I was a kid. Apparently, I would ask my parents to put me in the blanket burrito, and they'd roll me up, and I loved it. Hi, Cooter. Damn, I didn't know so many cool people like knew Wise Grape like that. She is so freaking nice. She was being so freaking nice and so welcoming. I was like, oh my god, what the hell? She's so cool. I'd only really heard like about her from 3Putt. And 3Putt was telling me like how awesome she was. So like I followed her a little while ago. Because, you know, again, like 3Putt was saying how awesome she was and all that stuff. And I I followed her and checked her out for a little bit. But then I actually rated her today, and she was so freaking nice. And apparently, she like had heard of me and knew of me as well, and like she followed me, and like a whole bunch of people from her community followed me, and they're being so nice. And they're like, "Us girls gotta stick together." And I
I
was
don't
like,
have.
"I think we're okay." Ah! And she's like, "Us girls gotta stick together," and like telling other people in her chat. And I was like, "Oh my god, what the fuck? She's awesome." I felt like so. I just felt like so included and so welcomed. I was so happy. I wish I could have spent more time in her stream, but uh, today was one of the few days I actually had to wake up and do something, like on a time crunch, because I was like with my girlfriend and I was with my family. We're still winning by 1, and we did a lot of damage, so I think we're okay.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Yours are starting to come out more. It's really normal. No, I know they're normal. A psychologist is going to diagnose you before you even enter the room. What do you mean? Burrito Blanket is so kitten coded. She's so cool. She is so cool. I'm not a kitten. Stop it. Okay, after this game, hold Q and I'll just finish the conversations. But in the meantime, One Piece update. One Piece update. This is for Gim and Chien and also chat. One Piece update. I watched 2 episodes yesterday, and I watched 1 episode today so far. I might watch one more later, depends. Like after stream. I am now on episode 529. They have finally arrived. Okay, wait, before I say this. Minor One Piece spoilers. Minor One Piece spoilers. I'm not going to say anything big or anything whatever. I'm just going to speak vaguely about where I'm at. Just a heads up if you don't want to be spoiled at all. Okay. With that being said, I am on episode 529. They finally arrived at Fishman Island. And this arc has been okay so far, I guess. But man, oh man, do I hate Sanji. Every time, no joke, for the last multiple episodes, like 3, 4, this motherfucker literally cannot stop being transphobic and also the biggest fucking sex pest you've ever seen in your whole life. Genuinely. In this recent past couple episodes, his pervitry, his fucking sex pestness is literally threatening his life. Do you know that stupid ass fucking anime thing? Like the cliche that anime people do, where like when they see a sexy person, blood comes flying out of their nose. Apparently, he's been losing so much blood from seeing all the sexy mermaids in Fishman Island, and he has such a rare blood type that him losing blood from seeing the sexy mermaids has been a threat to his life. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. This motherfucker is so gross. I hate him so much. I really, truly do. That's my bad. But like,
We're good.
yeah, it's so bad. Like, I literally cannot believe his character has just devolved into the worst stereotype. Like, genuinely. Actually, so gross. I hate Sanji so much. And with that being said, let me go ahead and actually update my analyst before I forget. I think I'm a couple episodes behind. Speaking of, if you want to have a up-to-date, if you watch anime or care about anime, if you want an up-to-date, like, what episode am I watching? What anime am I watching? What have I rated previous animes? As you can see here, I literally have every single anime/anime movie I've ever watched. Not that many, all things considered, I've been watching for years. But still, if you want an up-to-date anime, like ranking slash what am I currently watching, follow me on analyst !anime. Oh damn, Dab dropped Sakamoto Days. I thought he liked it. Hi, Manuel. Oh, and also I guess follow Emmanuel's letterbox. Oh, I see Gim is watching Oh, you're watching Madoka Magica? I've been suggested to watch that so many times. Or
Yeah,
you're
it's
rewatching it.
yeah. There's a movie coming out next month or something.
Scopes has dropped Chain Smoker Cat. Okay. Anyway, yeah, is it worth watching, do you think? Should I tap in?
Yeah, sure. It's like 13 episodes in a movie so far.
Wait, I thought Madoka Magica was way longer than that.
No, 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 no.
Oh.
It's really easy to watch.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I should watch it. I've seen clips of Chain Smoker Cat. Why is that a thing? Um, but hi, Callis. We all know how Scopes is with anime in Japan. I know. No, Sugoi! Oh, Japan! Oh, I can't wait to eat this ramen. Oh, just like Naruto. Bro, Jason Emmanuel is handsome. I swear to God. Why analyst? Wait, is there like a different one? Ashley, that's better. Dude, Rain, me, Vekage, and Twilly had a bad sesh. All my homies hate Sanji. True. The fact that they may take it so far, it becomes a major plot point is so funny. Yeah, it's like so funny how horrible it is. Courtney, thank you for sharing my live. You're the freaking best. I hate Sanji and Fishman. Well, that's where I am. So I guess it makes sense. Hi, Did I say hi, Dyer? Hi, Dyer. Hi, Wolfie. Sure, I'm not a kid and I just liked being wrapped up in a burrito. It's such a loving community in every way. It's so wholesome and healing. Yeah, no, like seriously, like I know she's like kind of blown up more in recent times and she deserves it. Like she seems like such a genuine, awesome person. Hi, Caribou. Spider veins themselves are just cosmetic, but they can potentially be the symptom of something else. Most of the time they're benign. They're literally just like you can just see them. But like they can be like if they're accompanied with like swelling, itchiness, pain, heavy legs or whatever. Cohen, thank you for sharing the live as well. Oh my god, thank you. But if they're accompanied with other things, they can potentially be a sign of like certain like vein issues. So it just never hurts to get it checked out, right? So basically, I'm gonna get a dermatologist hopefully soon. I'm gonna have my neuropsych evaluation soon to see what the fuck's going on in my head. Um, I've been on the wait list for a month and a half. They said 2 to 4 months. So I'm gonna expect probably gonna be seen or at least have an appointment set up within the next couple months. You're still on Dressrosa arc. You like it? I've heard good things about Dressrosa. You're overly stimulated, so hyperpop can be too much for me. I feel that. I like hyperpop though. You weren't being sarcastic. I know. I wasn't being sarcastic either. Like Emmanuel's handsome and he just like won't accept it, I guess. Hold on. I need to show here it is. This is how I imagine all the people that are like weebs. This is every this is every sub over dub watcher. Sorry. Not actually, but this is what I think in my head.
I think I want to take a trip to Japan. I'm gonna travel to the holy motherland of Japan, the birthplace of anime. I'm also really excited to meet the people. Oh my god! Anime goes in real life! I can't wait to try the food. Oh, I can already smell it. Ramen!
Dude, the belly being out adds so much.
Your warm, delectable, juicy noodles. I think I want to take a trip to Japan.
The belly being out really does add so much to the video. What is this PFP, bro? Dude, what? Dude. Woman. Hi, Luca. How are you? Bro, he is not real. Okay, is that a filter?
I think it is.
It's gotta be, bro. Okay, hold on. Bro, I can't wait for my winter arc in a couple months. No tourney tonight? Luca, how come? Frick! Woman. Oh. Okay. I think I'm caught up on conversations. I gave the One Piece update. I updated my analyst. Is there anything that any chats or any conversations that I missed or didn't wrap up? You're good to queue now. Read mine. Oh, it's dumb and ridiculous. Slight spoiler, I guess, but nothing like that really ever happens again. That's good at least. That makes me happy. But like, bro, there's no way with how Oda writes Sanji, there's no way that like he's not transphobic. Like, I'm sorry. Like the jokes and stuff he says is like he literally says all the time, "Oh wow, real women. Oh, real women. Oh, I'm so happy. Pretty real women, no stubble. Oh, no manliness." Like, okay, bro. Okay, haha, I get it. The joke. Trans women are just so disgusting and so manly, right? And then like every not every depiction. Like there is good like queer representation with like Bon Clay and Yvonne Cobb and whatever. But like almost every other depiction of a trans person in One Piece is like the stereotypical like person that has like a super defined jawline with stubble on their face, stubble on their legs, and they're all like, "Oh, come here, big boy, give me a kiss." It's like, bro, like, come on, man. It's like, I don't even know. It just feels so gross. Oh, it's like they unironically do like the conservative like LARP of like they try to like forcibly feminize Sanji. "Oh, try on this dress. You'll look so cute." Like, okay, man. It is pretty old, but I mean, bro, the Kamabaka Kingdom arc is not that old. It's like from like 2010 or 2011. It's like that's obviously still like 16 years old at this point. But like, I mean, it's not like it's from like the 90s or 80s, you know? Or even early 2000s. It's like, damn, bro, I don't know. Like, what are we doing, Oda? Like, it makes no sense because Bon Clay and Ivankov come before Kamabaka Kingdom. Or, like, at least at the same time. I don't know. It just rubs me the wrong way. Because clearly Oda knows how to, like, make good queer representation. And it just doesn't for the most part. It's strange. Hi, Jaded. Sorry. I was just criticizing One Piece's writing of queer people, trans people, whatever.
Fuck.
Wait, why? Why'd you leave the Instagram DM? We can all plan the Tel Aviv trip in there. Oh shit. That's fine. We have a hole in damage. Japan is super transphobic. Yeah, I've heard it's not the best over there. I mean, speaking as an American, it's not the best over here either. Sounds like it. Just straight up BS. Yo, Jason, you want in? Yeah, that's why it is so strange. It makes me, I feel like that low-key makes me feel worse in a way because like it makes me feel like Oda acts like only certain kinds of queer people or trans people are to be worthy of respect and worthy of a good depiction, and that the overwhelming majority of them are just like weirdos, and then just a select few are actually cool. That's what it makes me feel like. And low-key, I feel like that's like a worse opinion. Because it goes to show that like he clearly knows that there are queer people that are cool and worthy of respect. Like, obviously, every queer person is cool and worthy of well, I don't know about cool, but like people are worthy of respect until proven otherwise, right? And it just feels like it's the other way around when you depict it that way. Like you have to like prove yourself or act and be a certain way to be worthy of respect, which is just, you know, silly. GG, did we play or something? Sub Zorktron. GG. Nice. We gotta come back. Oh, maybe right here? Oh yeah, we needed that. But that's not great. Oh, I panicked. Thank you.
We're good.
No!
Oh.
I panicked. Change. You deactivated Insta? Honestly, I don't blame you. You can't even start One Piece. Too many apps. Yo, Olivia, what's up? Thank you for the follow on TikTok. I appreciate that. Also, I promise you, while the One Piece episode count is daunting, it's like having a lot of a good thing. Is every single episode good? No. I was in a rule one. I didn't even realize. Oops. Is every episode good? Is every arc good? No. But like for the most part it is. And like I think the journey is worth being on. So like, I don't know. I would recommend it still. I got blumped. Thank you. I got clapped. Oh, nice. We have a lot of damage. If we score before they do much more, we're so fine. Not down. Nice. 50 that. Oh?
Over
That's okay. Ah! And see. Fuck, I tried to like squish that in. 50 this? No. Come on, we have so much damage. Oh, that was in. We might be cooked. Okay. Miss? Good luck. Not down yet? We can still score and tie this up. Yes. Yes! Nice. They have a pretty large amount of damage, but let's see if we can get damage here for the half or for the extra time. Come on.
I'll watch in front.
Oh! Oh god! Oh fuck! All good.
To do that again.
Not even close. Maybe get damage here. Nice. I turn on this, get a 50, or actually that's even better.
Whoa! Oh my god.
Yeah! I forgot Ski Mask is on this song. Beat. That's fine. I think Gim can reach that. Nice. Try our best to keep it on this half. Oh, nice. Oh, very... Maybe I can... Uh-oh, we lost. Oh, thank God.
No touch.
Okay.
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm here.
Nice. Yeah, you have some time. A lot of time.
Yeah, I'll control this. I'll try
One up.
over him, I think. Or, okay. No damage yet?
One off ceiling.
Oh, God, I'm scared. Come on.
Nice.
Drop it. Yes. Wait.
Oh, it's in.
Yes. Come on. This is a huge. This would be a crazy good comeback. Huh? I'm back. What the? Oh, he faked me, and that's gonna be GG, isn't it? Oh my God. Well, that actually works.
I'm so awkward.
That's fine. I'm trying to play his touch.
Oh, it's in.
God fucking damn it. Really intellectual chat in YouTube. Why are you trans? Why do you wear glasses? Wait. second chance tourney. Is Baller around? I can now. Your Rocket League was bugged. I mean, I can now. Me and Baller, if you still want to. I'm kind of playing. I'm kind of playing with people right now. Just queue up again. We'll play one more game and see how it goes, and I'll decide. Okay, Luca. Wait, did you post it? Hi, Serenity. Hi, Live Live. How are you? Yo, 65 stream streak. Okay, Ashley. Your favorite anime is Death Note. Valid. Death Note second half is something. Hi, Zora. How are you? Once you see Wano, it'll change your whole perspective on the show. Like, I'm assuming in a good way. What's up, Basic Wisdom? Thank you for the 10 jewels. I appreciate that. Venom or X-Devil? I got you. I'm going to say Venom. I didn't see the bat costume. Let me check that out before we get in the game.
Oh yeah.
You know what? You can still queue. Just tell me if we get into a game. Where did you post it? Show off or selfies? Oh, the bat costume. Oh, I see. That's cute. Especially if you can do some makeup too. That'll be pretty cute. Have I hit SSL yet? Like this season? Or you mean in general? Hi, Nova. You should. I think that'd be pretty cool, Gur. And okay, sounds good. General? Yes, I've hit SSL most seasons.
Okay, we're at one.
Sorry, Wolfie, we didn't have it that game. God, I miss like 2014 to 2019 era hit. And I forgot we were playing Rumble and not Drop Shot for a second there. Who are your favorite artists from that time period, reading rap? I can't reach. I'm really locked. Like, I have like Drop Shot brain right now. I don't know why.
What the fuck?
Your voice isn't fucking relatively similar to what you look like and it jump scared me. Good night. It kind of sounds like a you problem, right? Also, isn't that like rude to tell someone? I feel like maybe not.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it feels pretty rude. All good though. That's an inside thought? Yeah, exactly. That's an inside thought for sure. Unfortunately, a lot of people are just kind of like socially inept, I suppose. I'm an open book, sir, and socially adept. Yeah, okay. Goodbye.
Open book.
I love that. I love when people like cope about them being like assholes or like just being really rude as like, oh, I'm just honest. I'm an open book. I'm just honest. I just tell it how it is. It's like, no, that does not equate to you being honest. It just equates to you not knowing how to interact with other human beings in like a respectful way. You just can't handle the truth, Snowflake.
How is that still in?
I tried to keep that out. It like went
Like a
straight.
bad balance.
It
Yeah.
went like straight up, but like backwards. Sounds like your dad. Sounds like right. Sounds about right. What's up, Miranda? It's like, bro, just like, I don't know. Yeah. You're not being truthful or honest. I mean, literally, maybe you are in your head, but you're just being a piece of shit. Or like we are getting fucking cooked with their power-ups this game. You're just projecting your own bullshit onto other people.
Yeah.
Not thought come to head and words come out. Why worry? Nobody asked for how it is. No, literally. I mean, of course he was being transphobic after too. He said like, I'm an open book, sir. Like, okay, man. Nobody fucking talks like that. You have flashbang by your hallway light. Unlucky. Can you play with me? No, I'm already playing with people. Sorry. Oh? Dude.
Wow. Literally, oh my god.
Why are we like actually the most unlucky Rumble 3 stack of all time?
Oh, oops.
Are all your coworkers old, Emmanuel? Football tomorrow? Let's go! I'm excited for you. Hi, Yitzy. But hey, thank you. I appreciate that basic wisdom. You made 389 tonight? Damn! Do you for real have crazy good nights like that most nights? Do you just like work your ass off, or is the restaurant super busy? Or I guess both. I mean, Emmanuel. Shlee works all with old people too, but she said she doesn't mind it. Like I think most of her coworkers are like like 20 years older than her. Yeah, I'm done tipping. These fucking servers make too much money. That's actually Aura. That's law. Five 13-year-old boys leave me 12 on. Yeah, I mean, I guess it like balances out, right? Some people will tip really well. Some people will tip really bad. I guess I'm just really of the opinion that servers should be just getting paid a normal wage, and then tips should be something that's like not expected, but people like will do if you do good service and they want to tip you. That's like how it should be. This map is kind of cool, yeah. It is kind of fun to play these non-standard maps on extra modes only. But if we had to play these maps in ranked, I think I would lose my mind. Oh my god,
There's
shut
no
up.
way.
If I play the tournament with wait, you made your name Lula? If I play the tournament after this game, would y'all be mad?
No.
Okay. Luca, are you
Been
here?
there. Nice.
Nice.
The tournament? It's the 12-15 second chance 3v3 tournament, not a viewer tournament. Sorry. I requested to join the party, Luca. I'll play after this game. You can. I'm assuming you can probably like queue it. Nice. You can probably queue us up. We're not gonna make it. That's okay. We'll forfeit if we have to. I don't think Christina or Gim really care about their Rumble rank that much either.
No.
Yeah. It's okay. I asked them if they wanted to play just to hang out and vibe for a little bit. Oi. God damn it. Wait, he refused. I feel like refusing to tip literally does nothing but punish the servers. It's not like if people refuse to tip, then restaurants are going to like change, right? Overwatch calling my name like a siren song. I can't resist. Oh, brother. Wait, can't you queue us up now, Luca? He thought it was demeaning to the working class. Like, that's so... I feel like that's such a silly mentality to have. See, I've always known I hated Trotsky. Nice. Doing something like that does nothing but harm. I can't. You have to leave? Aw, shit.
Oh,
All
it's
right.
level 14. Yeah.
That's fine.
Which
All
one?
right, I left. See if you can do it now. 20. Oh my god, 25 seconds to spare. Cutting it close. I will stay in VC and chill if y'all are not going to be gaming. But if you are, then...
Do you still want to do the twos after, Paps?
Oh yeah, we can do that. I'm down. We can at least try.
Do you want to do some casual?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I want to watch that too.
Name changed. Oh. I rendered my video and forgot to close DaVinci Resolve. Bulldog is good. You haven't had it in a while. I haven't had Bulldog in a while. I tried the Bulldog 2 times spicy and it was fine, but I had to like add a lot of stuff to make it not be as spicy. It's like reaching the upper limit of my spice tolerance though. I can't imagine 3 times would be enjoyable at all. He thought it was demeaning to the morning, so he says, I can't, you have to leave. I'm in a bartender from Australia and they have it so nice. He made 45 an hour and got benefits and 6 weeks paid time off a year. Damn. Yeah, but you have to think about it from the perspective of like actually working the job. I feel like being a bartender, oh my god, this can't be the real Handsome Hernia. This cannot be the real Handsome Hernia. Oh my god, he has the season 10 GC tag. Oh my god.
Who is
I have
that?
Duhall. I have not seen this guy since like pre-free-to-play 2v2. Oh my god. Wait, where is he? Is he? Oh my god, look! First Hall of Fame ever. Right beside Salter
There's
and
no
Skills
way.
10. Handsome Hernia. Oh my god.
There's no way you recognize him.
Bro, how do I forget Handsome Hernia? Holy shit. This is actually, this is historic. We better win. Oh my lord. Sorry, that caught me off guard. Anyway. Bulldog is Worm Slop. Worm Slop? Hi, Finch. What's up, G-Wagon? What was I gonna say? Ah! Oh my god, shut up. He's actually the GOAT. He hasn't lost a step. What a legend. Wait, I know, you know Ball, that's my Switch name. Yo! I know, I do know Ball. I used to be your Twitch name too. Callus requested this. Of course I remember your old name. You're the GOAT. You've been the GOAT. Uh-oh. Alright, we gotta lock in. Handsome Hernia, my fucking GOAT. I lost my train of thought. Oh. I think I was talking about, like, just how servers should get paid more. Or, no, I was talking about bartenders. Think about how shitty being a bartender can probably be sometimes. Imagine having to deal with drunk-ass people, like, every day. Like, I feel like that would be so annoying. I can imagine there probably comes a lot of really frustrating, awkward, uncomfortable moments having to deal with people that are, you know, just drunk as fuck or whatever. Bartenders and servers, both servers, less so having to deal with drunk people, but like bartenders, that's like their whole job. Enjoy Overwatch, ET. Thanks for lurking. It might happen, Rain. I can't lie. Maintenance worker. I mean, I am of the opinion that literally like everybody should be getting paid more. So, yeah. The location matters. True. Bartending is also physically straining. True. You work security at a ski resort? Oh, God. How is that? Low key, in a way, just simply not like, not physically. But bartending and serving is similar in a way to like streaming in the sense that you don't really have like a guaranteed, well, I guess you do literally have a guaranteed wage, right? But it's like $1, right? So it's similar in the way where like you don't really have like a guaranteed income and you kind of have to like rely on people tipping and like people, you know, being generous and stuff and rewarding you for your labor or your service. Wait, how does that? That's not a bad take. That's like literally true. Wait, you also have a guaranteed $11.50 an hour plus tips? Wait, are you serious? Wait, that's kind of fire. I didn't know that. Bro, I thought servers literally just make like $2 an hour. And then most of the income is from tips. Bro, my dad was a server for a long time, and that's literally how it was. Servers, I'm pretty sure servers are legally allowed to be given less than the federal minimum wage. Someone don't quote me on that, but correct me. I'm pretty sure that servers is a type of job where you are legally allowed to get less than the minimum wage, and like just because like you make most of your money through tips. Naked in the parking lot with a gun. Jesus Christ. We low-key are getting just fucking absolutely poopied on, by the way. We're gonna have to run it back tomorrow, y'all. How'd that situation resolve? Depends on the spot you work at. Oh. Damn. Just hearing they're similar at first is crazy because serving is hell. Oh, no, I know. You think Callus was working for free? Wait, hold on. I'm going to Google search this because, like, I feel like maybe a lot of you don't understand what I'm saying. Or, like, think that, like, I'm kind of making it up. But, like, I'm telling you, my dad, for a long time, his hourly pay was, like, $1.60 or something. And he made most of his money through, like, tips. 20 an hour plus tip. What the? Bro, you were getting hooked the fuck up. The US is not real, good lord. Yeah, I know, it's fucked. No, I agree. I think everywhere should be like how Callus has it. But I'm pretty sure that's not the case. Luca with the save. We will not get Braziled. Dude, my dad was a server for no joke, like 30 years. server slash bartender for like 30 years. My dad worked and works hard as fuck. For a long time, he was working like his normal like 9 to 5 during the week, and then he would serve. He would serve every single Sunday morning, plus Saturdays sometimes. Kind of insane. Okay, 6 figures as a server seems crazy. Am I wrong? Yeah, bro, do you work at like fucking the Gucci restaurant? Like, what's going on? Hi, Meepski. Plain old Italian restaurant. Do they have a good chicken parm? Eating a Gucci burger? I've gotten TikToks like that. As a bartender who makes $5.15 an hour. Wait, yo, that's what I'm saying. Damn, you make 80K a year bartending? Holy smokes, dude. I didn't realize how much fucking bartenders and servers can get paid. That's awesome. Hell yeah. But see, you make $5.15 an hour. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that's like, I'm pretty sure bartenders and servers and stuff like can legally get less than 100K. Hold on. How can servers get paid less than minimum wage? Look. Under federal law and many state laws, employers can pay a lower direct cash wage as low as $2.13 an hour to servers. Do you see what I'm saying? This is literally what my dad was making. $2.13 an hour plus tips. Well, no. I was just commenting on the fact that like you were laughing at me saying they're similar, but I was just saying that they're similar in the sense where it's like there is technically for serving there is a guaranteed income. I guess for Twitch there is too. I get ad money that's like basically fucking probably pretty similar to the $2.13 an hour. But like, you know, it's similar, like I said, in the sense where it's like people are like tipping you for your service, tipping you for whatever, and like it's not like guaranteed. That's what I was trying to say. It's obviously not like actually physically similar, or like having to deal with fucking customers is obviously really fucking annoying. Can be tragic. If you don't make minimum wage, including tips, they pay you. Oh, look, yeah, see? That's what I was just seeing, Brayden, if you're still in TikTok chat. It's guaranteed because you're essentially forced to tip in US. I mean, true. Like, you kind of essentially are. Bartender, New York, salary. Oops. Bartenders in New York City typically earn between 52K and 86K annually, though top professionals at high volume clubs or luxury venues can clear 90K to over 100K. Damn. Wait, damn, that's awesome. Yeah, so you get paid minimum 11?
I remember when I was working fast food, and I don't think this was just for where I worked. This was the same case for my friend who worked somewhere else. We weren't allowed to accept tips, and like we would have to either turn them down or like give them to our manager.
Really? What the
Yeah.
fuck?
But I don't know, we weren't servers. We were making like whatever, like 14 an hour.
I guess it makes sense you're getting paid like an actual wage at least. That's including cash tips. Damn, I mean, that's crazy. I didn't realize how much bartenders and servers get paid and stuff. That's pretty awesome. I'm glad that's the case. Hi, Nick. Wait, why are you saying fuck me? That's not very nice, Nick. Say sorry. Depends on the spot. Whoever just was speaking reminds me of Ferb from Phineas and Ferb. Are you talking about Gim? Gim does not sound like Ferb at all. What's up, HP? That's so funny. That's what I thought, Nick. You better be sorry. When's the viewer tourney? You're not going to ask me when the viewer tourney is every day, are you? Gim is the greatest of all time, literally. Can you wait? Callus was what, Jason? Psych? What the hell? Do you look more like your mom or your dad? Probably my mom. There's no way you didn't notice what was going on in GC. I only checked it like one time. Check it now. Is it that bad? You can keep, by the way. Or I'm later. You ready? You ready to go?
Yep.
I'll cue East, Central, West.
All right, about.
Are you GC3 yet, or are you like on the cusp?
1712.
Like, are you 1712 GC3? Like,
Oh, wait, what?
are
No,
you?
no, no. I'm GC2.
Okay, okay. What's your peak from this season?
I think like 1730, 1740.
Gotta win this game. I'm gonna win this game. This is the first time Christina and I have played twos in a long time.
Fuck.
Like multiple seasons. He'd always ego me before too.
Cap.
On God. I'm 2 games off GC3. I'm 1703. I'll keep this over there.
Nice.
Oh, fuck. Rain, is your sleep normal again? Or are you staying up all night? I gotta get my 3s rank up. Maybe I can just solo queue 3s. I mean, I don't know. I feel like that sounds miserable as fuck, though. Hi, Aiden. You said come say hi. Yo, hello. Welcome on in. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you for coming and saying hi. I can probably get to this. Yeah, we're good. Take that.
Yeah.
Nice. God damn it. You got that. Free ball, no one out. Nice. I'm behind you. Oh, God fucking damn it. I'll try to get this back. I'll stay normal. Okay. I think I just got slow kickoffs. Playing flip.
Nice.
Nice. Sound that? Good bump. He still has a touch though, sadly. To the corner.
I got.
Oh shit, sorry, I was trying to pass that too.
Right.
Oh.
Much I bump
Aww. Yeah?
him. One out.
Nah. They're lucky it's got bailed out. Miss it, miss it, miss it. We have so much pressure on them.
Fuck, gonna lose.
We're chilling.
Try to get one touch.
Padding here. Lucky I couldn't get power on that as a goal. Bumped him, I think. Oh, NC. I saw the vision. Stay on that. You can. Just nice, good for us. Pop to you. I'm mid.
Oh yeah.
That's fine. I can probably still get a 50 here as well.
Nice.
1-1-1-1. Yo, shout out to Lula. Shout out to Lula.
Holy shit.
Shout out Lula. Holy shit. Oh my gosh, he's here. Pop Salute Cinema. Shout out me. I'll cheat out. Remember to floss? Yes, no, literally, you should be flossing. You should floss every single day before you brush your teeth. It's so easy. Just make it a part of your routine. It takes like 1 minute. 1 to 2 minutes. Get between every single tooth. Get all that gunk and shit out of there. And then you brush after. And your mouth feels so super clean.
Nice.
I got no beans behind you. That works. Spawn for me, spawn for me, spawn for me. Grabbing these pads. You? Nice. Mitt? Oh, oh! I wanted to die for that, but I got scared.
I'm good. You're good.
Oh, rip. Stop jorking it. You floss twice a month? Ew. I know your breath stank. I love that emote, Quack. Shout out to Mar for like making that. Oh my god. I can catch this. Missed the double. That team literally survived off us not capitalizing on their, or not, they like got the luckiest fucking touch at the last second. Fuck. All right. We won't key you out of 1700. We'll do the one game. That's sad though. That's sad. GG's. We totally could have and should have won that game. That's a frustrating one. Hi, Razor Blade. Well, perhaps if my rank sesh doesn't go good or something and y'all are around tonight, maybe we can play extras again later, but I'm probably gonna try to play some 2s and 3s for a little bit.
Do you still have to max your Fortnite pass?
No, Shali hopped on apparently this morning and maxed it for me.
Oh, I see. Yeah, new season is on Thursday.
Yeah, so I'm down.
Thursday?
Yeah, I'm down to probably, I think I'm gonna do trade sprites with Shali this week before the season ends. But I'm down to play a new season and buy the battle pass and stuff again.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
But okay, I'll hop out of VC for now. Like I said, if y'all want to play later and you're around, just let me know.
Alright.
Alright,
GG's.
GG's, bye y'all.
Bye.
Alright.
Okay, okay. Sprite economy, Sprite stonks. Shlee literally is obsessed with the sprites. I'm gonna play this last game and then I'm gonna take a bathroom break. Channel point prediction. Will I win this next game? Yes or no? I'll do twos. W Shlee. Hi, Imperia. You got a good one for you today? Oh, I can't wait to hear it. Your dad taught you Destiny was a scam. Now you realize he was just a cheap motherfucker. Oh, dentist. Wait, your dad told you dentistry was a scam? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Dentistry, like having a clean mouth is like one of the most important things you can have, like genuinely. It's okay, Bentley. How you been? It's okay. How you been? That's good. You flossed and not good. Your teeth hurt and I do. Yes, floss, floss, floss. Like genuinely,
Razorblade Bastard just
it's so
shared
important
10
floss.
bits. What happens if you eat yeast and shoe polish? You rise and shine.
Okay. Banned. Are you gonna fall asleep with my stream on the phone, Rain? That's so cute. Thank you for the 10 bits. You might actually quit this game. Is your session going that bad? Maybe take a break. What should you draw? Draw Goku and Vegeta. Doing a bro fist. Yeah? Don't yell. Oh, I won't. I won't. Channel point prediction is up. Will I win this ranked game? Yes or no? You also should be scraping your tongue, by the way. Scraping your tongue and or like brushing it with your toothbrush. I should play Happy Wheels on some PewDiePie shit. Maybe. You brushed your tongue and your friend looked at you crazy. Are you serious? What'd they say? Dude, you brush your tongue? The PewDiePie face still lingers. Brofist. Sorry. I'm gonna queue at 1 minute. You're gonna go? It's okay, Dark. Have a good one. Maybe I'll see you later. He's dumb as hell, though. God. I'm gonna be honest. You can tell when someone doesn't, like, floss. Oral hygiene is just looks maxing. There's so much of your health connected to your mouth. It's kind of cray-cray. Cloud ceiling? I don't think I have. Wait, you haven't seen them in forever? Oh, Tim Burton movies. By the way, y'all should, if you have not yet done it, you should drop a like on the YouTube live stream. You should subscribe to me on YouTube. And you should also follow me on Twitch and TikTok. And also like the TikTok stream. I appreciate any and all support. I will be shilling my YouTube VOD channel soon enough as well. Alright. If I win this game, I'm back into 1700. So, hopefully we can win. Oh, by the way, is there anybody in stream that does fantasy football and would join a fantasy football like community thing? Because I'm pretty certain if we did like a Paps Peeps fantasy football, I'm pretty sure we would have enough people to join. I also asked my IRL friends if they would join a fantasy football league, and they said yeah. So like, I'm pretty certain that we could get like 12 people pretty like... I'm pretty certain we can get 12 people pretty easily. Does anybody in here actually care about American football at all? Or pay attention to it? Because I think like it would be fun to just do like a cheap league, like a $10 league or something. and I'll just be like the league manager of it, and I'll just collect all the stuff through PayPal. And like obviously you'll like I would assume that I'm a trusted manager that will like pay people out and stuff. Do you actually, Micah? Asking the gays if they like football? I like American football. Okay, bro. You've only seen like one football game? You're rare? Dude, nah, there's this trans woman that I follow on, well, I don't follow her on TikTok, but like she pops up in my algorithm sometimes. And one of her shticks is she literally like does like NFL like football takes. You be down though? Wait, do you pay attention? Nope. Oh. You just want to sub? Oh my god. Is this is this like day 3 of Micah begging for a sub? Dude, Clutch gifted 5 subs yesterday. You didn't get one of them? That hurts. That hurts. Dude. Every like 10 minutes, just say like, oh my god, this is so sad. Can someone gift me a sub? Oh, here we do the cow signal. I allow you to go, Hannah. I allow you to go. Fine. This is so sad. Can Micah get gifted a sub? Just want to gamble? I'm starting to think that maybe I shouldn't allow you in the league for moral reasons. I'm starting to think maybe it's not right for you. I'm starting to think maybe I would be doing something morally wrong if I let you in the league. I don't know. Fantasy football is way more than just like setting parlays. It's like managing your team all season. You understand that, right? Bro. I'll let it ride and still win. Oh, brother. Come on, we got this, teammate. I believe in you. Okay, I am starting to believe a little bit less. Okay. Fuck. I'm not actually a Venom main now. I've been using it here and there, though. I've been just, like, kind of switching between cars more recently. Like... it won't even let me type. Why won't it let me type? Is my keyboard, like, not on? It's, like, not letting me type. I don't know why. Look at this scoreboard, by the way, and my teammates shit talking me. It won't let me type. I don't know why, but unlucky. I want to tell him he's delusional. Fuck. Why? Dude, I'm turning off Steam Overlay. I can't take it anymore. Steam Overlay is actually useless. My keyboard just isn't working in games. That's really cool. I wanted to tell him he's a fucking dumbass, fucking stupid, fucking delusional idiot, but I couldn't, unfortunately. Unlucky. I'm restarting my game. I literally can't believe that they're that delusional. I will be searching up his rank tracker, by the way. And I will not be surprised when he is like peak 17, 15. Is Steam just like fucked up right now or something? What are they saying? Can't shoot, can't defend. By the way, he literally had like 100 points and I had 500. So that was fire. And really cool. A very not delusional player. I'm checking his peak ranks. 1 second. It made me so much angrier that I couldn't tell them they were being fucking delusional. I can't lie to you. Damn, unlucky. How hard was it to get the pink turning tag? It was pretty hard first season. J._stin period. Call him out on Twitter. That's a really good idea, actually. I should totally do that. What? My PC is like having a fucking stroke right now. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. He literally hit his peak all time this season and he's minus 200. Did he get like boosted? He hit his peak all time this season and now he's like minus 200 from there. And he's literally his champ 3 peak 1v1, champ 2 peak 3v3. And he already has 1550 games of twos. Is this actually someone who got boosted? Like, what is happening here? Crazy. Oh my god, wait, Beckett is around. Hi, Saoirse. The bias method? Bro, it's not even the bias method because bias will have 3,000 games of ones and then also somehow still be like champ 2. Yo, Marcy, thank you for the We Are Charlie, I think that is. Are you still here? Thank you. Fuck, I didn't hear that. Yes, Cross. That's the mindset of hackers. That's actually kind of insane to think about. What site is that? It's called RL Tracker. Cross, that's actually a really good way to put it. I genuinely didn't think of it that way. I didn't think of like there being like like a section or like a part of their brain that like genuinely thought like, oh, I deserve to be here. But that totally makes sense. It won't let me buy Paps suited. What do you mean? Hello? A lot are like that, but some of them went up 3k MMR.
Hello.
Hello. Below. Hello.
Bello,
Huh.
bello.
Banana. Are you gonna stream?
Am I gonna stream or it's too late?
Yeah, but if we're gonna play, you could stream and we can stream together. I told Twilly earlier that we should play threes and stream together, but he actually is like, nah, I'm just gonna play solo queue for today. I fucking hate you, and then he sent me the T-slur.
I think I tried inviting Twill too, and he never got back to me. So
Yeah, I was in a stream. Good night, Lucifer.
a little ego going on.
Emmanuel boost me. Who wants to boost me? W Twilly. Could I do the fantasy football? I have no idea what. Yo, what's up, Midnighter? I have no
Twill's
idea.
Too busy getting SSL.
Damn, bro, that's messed up, huh? Yeah, Twilly's messed up for that. Can you guys all move to OC? No. How much to get me to GC 2 and 3s and 1s and 2s? Bro, I'm not gonna fucking boost your account. What the hell do you think this is?
Wait, who's asking?
Emmanuel.
What are we
I think-
offering?
You should cross. Fuck it. Why not? Just play Rocket League at work. Bring your gaming laptop. Rank check.
3's 1670, 2's 1820.
Okay. Queue a 2s game and then we play 3s. Anyone in chat that's like the same rank as us want to play 3s? I'm assuming Cross is at work. Did Beckett just say 6, 7? Yeah, you're actually bans. Don't look at my extra ranks. Do an air dribble, musty double tap. Big Badinky Bones? Who the fuck is Big Badinky Bones?
Oh, I fucking love that guy.
What?
What?
The fuck is Big Badinky Bones?
You haven't seen them on TikTok?
No?
Wait, what?
Big Badinky Bones. You're okay, you're
That's
fucking
been
with me.
like a trend for like 3 months now.
Yeah, you're fucking with me. Got you, got you, got you.
Do you need a link? I'm confused.
Yeah, please, link me. Source me.
Okay, I will.
Vekage also loves Silver Surf. Wait, that's actually true. I'll be live. Today's probably gonna be just like a 5-hour stream. So if it's 2 hours, I should be able to play. But if it's like, you know, 3 or 4, I can't. Cool. This conversation got to be... That's what I'm saying, Smeeb. Vekage is like the ultimate rage baiter.
Me?
Yeah. Yes. Yes, you.
Fuck no. What do you mean? I'm reformed.
Oh, okay. Your bones are big and badinky? Fascinating.
I'm fucking banging this internet.
Do it.
Wait. I'm lagging.
Uh-oh.
Give Oh, my
Dude,
bad.
Twilly's been live.
Wait, we might run into Twilly. Actually, never mind. We're playing 1 game to 2.
Yeah, I'm gonna play 3s. I mean, maybe if we
Dude,
win this
is
and
not
do
happening
good.
again.
Oh no.
I'm not gonna be a fucking crossbar menace today, or else I'm off instantly. Fake. Didn't fall for it.
It's fine.
God, you're so speedy. Look at you.
Oh.
Okay. I'm right here for you.
You feel
doing nothing
icky?
with the ball. Oh, I got no flip. Fake. Oh, you're faster.
I know, but I couldn't get on target, sadly.
Back to you, maybe. Once you get the boost.
I thought about it, but I'll turn.
Oh, good read.
You thought that was in, didn't you?
No, don't tell me. Yeah, I thought we got fucking top bins.
Ow!
Yep, that sounds about right. Bump. Wait, breakaway? Got a bump?
I have no beans. I don't think he does either, though.
What the fuck out of my bump anyways. Give me that boost too while we're at it.
Stealing their
get
pads?
a
Swear
bump?
that? Oh, no, not again.
Oh my god, no, it is not happening.
No, it's happening again.
Crossbar into post? Are we dead ass?
Oh, I'm fucking whiffing.
50.
Not in. I think
Reach, doesn't reach.
now we're good.
Oh, big miss. Hold on. Maybe.
Back mid.
Fake. Fake.
Oh. Bumped him.
Gotta take a solid 50.
Uh-huh.
Or just get an over ball. Plenty of time. Oh, I like it.
It's
Fuck.
fine. I think I got it. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. And I just die.
That's
I think
fine.
I got the boost from him though.
Yeah. Keep that out over there.
I grabbed it.
Behind you.
And then I go.
Yeah, I'm bumped back. Left.
Yeah,
Or I guess center. Unlucky.
it's fine. Just
Free,
waiting.
yeah, free ball.
Okay, I'm doing nothing
Going for
with it. Don't
going for
mind me.
Dempas. Bump the last back, just the person in front of you.
50. Oh, get it
It's
around.
fine. I'm backboard.
Here. Over his head.
God fucking damn it, I tried. Wait,
I got like no bump on that.
and
Wait.
okay. I think you got that. You don't.
Fuck.
This team has no fucking right being 2 goals up on us. Actually,
Yeah,
so
I
crazy.
should hit the training packs before hopping in the party.
Good lord. No, not even. They're just
Should
getting.
hit the striker packs.
This is just unfortunate, unlucky gameplay.
Make something happen.
I'm not allowing your message saying, Emmanuel, kill yourself. What do you think this is? Unfucking believable.
Off the corn. Get us in there. That's how they're saving that.
Bro, I don't know, man.
Oh, fuck no.
I guess we'll see after this game. I noticed SSL's in the tag of the stream. I assume that is the rank you're playing at. Okay, bro. That was the message. The message was literally at Emmanuel GE, kill yourself. That was the message that I did not allow through. Is that a problem? Should I have allowed that through or?
All right, what's the plan?
I guess just Q3s. Free speech. Freeze peach. Freeze peach. Oh, interesting. What's Twillard's Twitch? Literally exactly that. Shit. What's up, Gucci? This looks a lot like my Plat 2 gameplay. Oh, does it? Interesting. What makes you say that? Emmanuel. Emmanuel being let down by the very same people he used to prop up. Oh, hi, Seth. Oh, that's a really good question. I do also stream on Twitch. Kind of open. In there? Nice. I end careers. What is this fucking name? Bro, Cross, is this you? This has got to be Cross. Look at this fucking preset. Holy shit. What's up, Aaron?
Okay, there we go. I had to fucking turn voice chat off before I started laughing at this name.
Wait. Oh my god, Tyler. Can we get a rare Tyler Clan 3v3 gameplay appearance? Me, Vekage, Tyler? What year is it?
Or like Disney bringing back the greats.
Literally.
Oh!
Oh, Seth. Someone in YouTube chat just asked a question. It's funny to see you in Twitch now. I'm gonna get a burrito bowl. Ooh, wait. You're allowed to go get it, but you have to tell me what's in it or what you're gonna have in it.
Or else.
Interesting. Yeah, or else you can't. You just are not allowed to get it, unfortunately. What are you up to tonight, Seth? I was just using the Venom, by the way, but I wasn't feeling great in it. I've been like alternating between Venom, X-Devil, Octane, and Fennec a lot, so that's how you can tell I'm not really feeling great in game. Yeah, it's okay. By the way, now that we're on day 2 of the vertical view, does anybody in here actually use that shit? Any chatters actually use the vertical view and like it? And if so, what can
On
I improve?
Twitch?
Yeah.
I saw that.
You
I
can
joined
you can switch between it
your
though.
stream on the other day on my phone.
Yeah, but you know you can like freely switch between the two, right?
Yeah. Like
Okay.
the options were like on the side of the screen.
Okay,
That's
that's
pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I think it's nice just to have because like I mean, yeah, it's nice to have for the people that do prefer it. I feel like it's probably not many people, but it's cool to be like classic better. Okay, okay. Yeah, no, I figured. Is there anybody in here that actually prefers it? And if so, what can I do to make it better? I can't believe I saved that.
Maybe it'll be revolutionized. Like, I think it's just nostalgia maxing right now.
What is?
Classic is gonna take the cake until Twitch is dominated by the new gen.
The vertical?
Yeah.
I just feel like I feel like vertical is just like a worse overall stream enjoyment experience. Like I prefer when I'm watching a streamer, I prefer to see like what's going on in their whole monitor. And with vertical, you just can't do that.
Yeah.
I mean, you can.
Yeah, I
But-
guess it really does depend on preference, because like the only thing for mobile is like obviously your face cam's a lot smaller on mobile.
Yeah.
Without turning on vertical.
True. Inshallah, you will feel better. I agree. I'm sorry you're not feeling your best. In vertical view, my face is kind of narrow. Can I do some mewing exercises to mitigate it? Holy shit. Should I begin my looks maxing career for vertical view? That's kind of smart.
Yeah, you might rival Clav.
I literally saw, I was on Twitter for like 5 minutes today because I was posting my bowling results. I went bowling earlier.
Bowling.
Yeah,
What were your
me.
results?
I bowled a 107 and a 101, so not.
Holy shit, your ass.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay. On 10th frame, I had 81 before my 2 turns, and on 10th frame, I got a strike, and then the very next ball, I fucking guttered it, and then on the third ball, I got another strike. So I went
You
strike.
kind of locked in.
Yeah, I went strike, gutter ball, strike, and because of that, I ended 101. I got triple
Okay, I'm not
digits
good
both
at
games.
That shit either.
I mean, like, I hadn't
I
bowled for
averaged
like,
130.
nah, I mean, I hadn't bowled for like 6 months. Our teammate Loki just gave up, by the way.
Oh, nice.
It's okay. I ended
Are we
up
sure?
I ended up saving it. No. Like on that save I made, he had stopped playing like it was already in. So that was great.
Love that.
Nice. Well, I'm glad we won in 3s. I'm gonna work so you can get on later. Okay, sounds good, Crotch. On the
Does
third.
anyone know of an AI streamer that they'd recommend?
Who the fuck
Package.
said that? Yo, valid actually. Did I win?
Oh, okay.
Did I win last game? Oh wait, did I do a prediction for that last 2's game? Oh, I lost. Get on later. It's
Hey,
1
we won
a.m.
Drew's game though.
I know. Wait, Tyler, do you want to play? I didn't see your response. Sorry. Nice win, Chud. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know
When
if
does
it's
this
a.
season end?
I don't know if it's a Rocket League day. Is it? 1 month and 1 week from now.
Oh, what the fuck? It's not even been 2 months yet?
I guess not.
'Cause
Back.
It's 3 months usually, right?
Yeah. It's ends September 23rd.
So if you had to predict when you're gonna get SSL, what would you place yourself?
I'm really hoping that I get SSL by the
48 hours?
I'm I'm hoping for the first week of September. I'm hoping I have SSL and rewards by the first week of September. So that gives me literally 3 weeks.
Okay.
That gives me 3 weeks to
You'll have
have.
a lot of streams by then.
Yeah, I mean, I literally will have 3 weeks of streams. That's 3 weeks of streams, 21 days of playing, and then, and that will leave me with 2 weeks to chill, try to hit a new peak, and play Minecraft and stuff.
What's your peak now?
For like this season, or you mean like in
I
general?
don't know. You said try and hit a new peak.
Someone do exclamation point peak. What is my peak in 2s again? Chat dropped. Y'all's fault.
1920.
Damn.
I wasn't paying attention.
That's fine. 1923. There you go. You ever come in your butt cheek? Dude, I never said that. Chat dropped. Y'all's fault. Never mind. That was like, you just saw like a perfect symbolization of the Tyler clan mentals right there. Okay, Seth, you're banned. Anybody do anything fun this weekend? Anything worth mentioning? Anybody like have any like go to like a good dinner or do anything super freaking awesome? I've already told y'all what I did
had a
about this
seafood
weekend.
boil
Ooh, for the first time or
for
just
one
like?
time. No. Just went.
Oh, okay. I've never had one before. Am I missing out?
You never had a seafood boil?
I've never had a seafood boil.
What, do you like spicy food or no? I mean, you don't have to go spicy, but
Yes, I like spicy food. But like also what a lot of people consider spicy is just kind of like not spicy at all. I can't lie. Like There's a
It's different. I guess sauces. So
yeah.
it's like
There
there's
wa-
tiers.
there was a buffalo mac and cheese like when I went to Schley's brother's like apartment warming party, housewarming party, whatever. Um, Schley's sister's husbands made a buffalo mac and cheese, and they were eating and they're like, "Oh, this is spicy," and I had it, and there was like literally zero spice, like
It
dead
was just
ass.
like hot or something.
It was like Frank's Red Hot level of spice, if anything. So essentially like zero spice, but it was good. It was really tasty. Well, Tyler, if you change your mind at any point, I'm down. If you just want to hang out and vibe, that's also cool. Today, like honestly, I haven't taken a day off in a while from streaming, and on a day like today, like Sunday, I'm just down to just be chill. Like this is why I was like kind of like looking to play with people today. I don't really want to like solo queue and get angry and sweat my fucking gawk off. So it'll just be a much more enjoyable experience on a day like today to kind of like take it easier, queue with people, and kind of like alleviate some of that the stress of solo queue. I know I have it so hard.
Do you play off stream at all since you stream so much now, or no?
No, unfortunately, I do not. I haven't had it. Well, there are times where, like, after stream, I'll play for, like, 20 or 30 minutes to get my rank up a little bit. Whoa! Save that.
So does it still stand true that you play better off stream?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, the other day, I think I had a session where I dropped to, like, 1650, and then I hopped on for, like, 30 minutes, and I got back up to 1700 and then hopped off. It
Is
is
this because of like the chat distraction, or do you also feel like the just the responsiveness is a little smoother?
Well, I feel like the responsiveness is a little smoother. I'm fully locked in, fully focused. I don't have to worry about chat or responding to anybody or anything like that. So it's like multiple things. Just off stream, fully focused gameplay is always going to be me playing at my best.
Yeah.
But I mean, it is what it is. Like, I'm totally okay making that sacrifice. I've talked about this before. Like, I'm totally okay with making the sacrifice of not playing 100% my best because I really love streaming. So, yeah. Totally okay with me. And I'm still obviously able to be SSL and still get high ranks on stream. I've done it many times. How is... I don't know about that. How are you tonight, Monkey Balls?
Yeah, once I had my shitty chow, I knew that was gonna happen.
No, not in.
Maybe.
Almost.
Oh,
CS3 is having a tough game.
backward.
He went full corner boost, unfortunately.
I got their boost, but I die.
Fuck. Ooh.
Just gonna go for it.
I mean, we
Get a
gotta.
beat here. There it is.
Nice. Let's go. Let's go. If he steps it up a little bit, we win. Like, actually.
Just play a solid third, man. We got it.
Yeah, like, actually. We got this. Shake that shit, Meepski. Gritty. I gotta have, like, an updated version of that. Miss it, miss it, miss it.
So
Aw.
backward. Hit that shit too high. Oh god. That
Not
guy's
in.
already up too. Nice.
Leave that. Nice.
50 maybe? I couldn't get the bump.
No, our teammate jumped too. I'm gonna fucking puke.
Oh lord, oh lord, oh lord.
He's
oh
not
lord.
real. He's not real. He's not real. He's not fucking real. All he had to do was just fucking stand there, and he would have saved it. Unfucking real.
Jesus
Unfucking
Christ.
real. Unfucking real. Unfucking real. You just chilling, Ty, or do you want a VC too?
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's okay, Finch. Unreal, no engine 6. Guess what later to
Wait, we were just talking about Chipotle.
Guess what later today is for me? Saoirse. And we were. Well, burrito bowls.
What's your go-to burrito bowl?
Them. White rice, carne asada, fajita vegetables, lettuce, sour cream, cheese. If I have like a free guac, and salsa verde. Weekend. I feel like Chipotle quesadilla are not worth the money. I feel like you don't get nearly enough food. Paps go. What's up, JF? How are you? Yeah, it happens. It be like that sometimes, Finch. It be like that. Oh my god, wait. Seriously, that's actually true. I didn't even think of it that way. I forgot that you were stalling until you got back. So yeah, it's both of our days. Oh my god, can we do it at the same time? What time, my time, will you be doing it? Also, you gotta tell me more about your trip and stuff.
Ooh.
Unfortunately. Nice. I went early. I probably 50. Okay.
All right.
3 p.m.-ish my time. I usually take it later in the day. Usually like nice.
Ooh, bar
Ye-
down ski.
Usually like 7 p.m. or something. I'll let you know. Maybe I'll hustle. You've been sick. Wait, so on your trip you've been sick? You like that shit, Meepski? Also, when I go to Chipotle, I usually like get a bowl and then also a burrito, like a tortilla. So that
Split
way,
it up.
yeah, what I do is I eat half the bowl and then I put the other half in the tortilla and you get way more food for essentially the same price. And usually I have like 2 servings.
Yeah, that method came patched as soon as they decided to charge for the tortillas.
Yeah,
now.
I know. Of course, because they're like, oh, dude, shut the fuck up. That gets by me. What? Oh, fucking brother. What's up, Frame? What's up, Rainy?
Literally the one frame you weren't covering.
Yeah, I know. Actually, so silly. I guess I'll try Fennec after this game. Time to switch again. But, yeah, of course, they're like, oh, people are getting this. Might as well charge for it. More profit, more money. Literally every fucking business is like Mr. fucking Krabs, bro. I'm telling you. All of them. Money, money. Mr. Krabs is like genuinely a pretty good depiction of like fucking late stage capitalism, unironically. Like he is like comically like he's supposed to be like so ridiculously over the top, like a cheapskate, like greedy, whatever. And unironically, that's just like the average capitalist, the average fucking capitalist business owner. Money, money, money. Oh? My bad, it's too high.
Try. How do I not get any 50 on
And
that?
I
Like,
backflip.
actually?
I'm gonna fucking puke. The past 3 sessions of Rocket League have actually hurt. You gotta warm up? Okay, okay. Rich people are so damn stingy. True. I mean, it's so funny how people with the most money are usually the most fucking greedy and money obsessed. Money obsessed. But I guess that's literally how capitalism works. It rewards greedy ass shitty people like that. You know, that's the whole point. Money, money, money. That's why I loved Squidward's disdain for the job. Squidward is actually...
Squidward just wanted to be free.
Seriously.
And
Squidward wanted to be free from the chains of capitalism.
just wanted to play the clarinet and make art.
No, literally. Bro, imagine Squidward in an age of generative AI. Squidward would definitely be, oh, this AI can never compare to my real art. And he'd be
We
right,
already had
actually.
an episode like that.
Wait, are you serious?
Not with Squidward, but the fucking robot fry cook compared to fighting SpongeBob off.
True. Unironically, and Squidward would be right, too. Bold and brash is better than anything AI could create.
Fucking burrito wrapper car is getting that. He's got his car decked out like a fucking...
Okay, yeah, obviously Squidward's a baddie. It's the musty Fennec right there. I was just watching a video on Musty today from some YouTuber named like Champ or something. Like it popped up on my algo. It was like, this is like the richest gamer on the planet or something. And apparently, wait, hold Q for a sec. Apparently some months Musty was making like $250,000, which is just fucking crazy. Sounds good, Saoirse. I really hope your flight isn't delayed. And oh my god, I cannot believe it's been that fucking hot. I'm sorry you've been sick. I hope your flight isn't delayed. I hope you get home and everything is smooth. And yeah, you're awesome. And hope you have safe travels, girl. Keep talking. I almost finished. Bros, snipers. Snipers in the area, please. Help me. Yo, Razorblade! Razorblade opening up the sub goal for the day. 1 out of 5. Thank you for the resub. Let's freaking go. Shake that fucking merc ass, baby. Damn right, baby. Damn right. Not only is that a sub for the daily sub goal, it is also a sub towards the Plus program. The Plus program is, I have to get 100 paid subs for 3 months in a row in order to get a better split of 60-40 rather than 50-50, which would be really, really awesome. Can I say hi to you? Hello, Blue Strips. How are you? But thank you very much, Razorblade. I appreciate you. I did not look up Tabby Pack yet. No. Hi, Booney. Bonjour. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and go fill my water up and go pee and stuff because I haven't got up for like 2.5 hours. So, everybody, if you have not got up yet, get up, stretch, get water. I'll be right back. Yeah, BRB. I'm back and I got a yogurt. One sec.
Hello, I have returned again. Can I get some cheese, little mousey?
Have you seen Smiling Friends?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
I have not.
I feel like you'd like Smiling Friends. Smiling Friends is pretty fucking good.
I enjoyed most, if not all shows slash movies I've seen. I mean, I don't really remember one that I've was like that was fucking horrible.
Really?
I feel like I'm a pretty casual watcher when it
I've
comes to like I enjoy most things.
There's this movie called The Wizard of the Kremlin, and I genuinely, it may be the worst movie I've ever seen in my whole life.
I mean, I guess at the same time, I don't like look for niche movies or like things that may be bad.
Yeah, no, it was really fucking bad.
Like most things I watch are already pretty popular, so like they're gonna be good.
Mm-hmm. Wait, have you already seen that, Meepski? Smiling Friends? Wolfie, why would that trap unironically work on me? Okay. Tyler, you good? If that was some pepper jack or some cheddar, some habanero cheddar, oh my lord. Maybe on top of some Ritz crackers. Oy, oy, oy. Wait, Meepski, we are literally me, Ashley, and Stony, and Razorblade has been joining too, and then Gim sometimes, and then other people just kind of pop in and join here and there. But we're about to finish. We've been watching through all the Smiling Friends, and we are on the last 2 episodes of the most recent season. So if you want to join and watch after stream, I don't know if Stony and Ashley are here right now, but we plan on, I think we plan on finishing it if they're around. You'd be in there? Ooh, hey. If any of y'all would want to join the post-stream watch party, just make sure you're in Discord. We go to the watch party, and then we chat in the watch party chat. It's awesome. It has
watching it? Or is it your first
it's my
watch?
first time watching it. We've been doing it for like every day for like 2 weeks now. And like genuinely, it's such a nice way to decompress after stream. Because normally after stream, I'll just be watching YouTube and stuff while I get ready for bed anyway.
Yeah.
So just like watching with people and like chatting and stuff has been just another way to be like, you know, like in a way like social, not like in a VC or like whatever, but still, it's nice, a nice like thing to do.
Moment.
Exactly, yeah. It's nice to watch with people. She is here. Hi. Oh, shake that shit. I love the Gritty Goose. Gritty Goose Merc Twerk combo. Oh, Bibsy too. I didn't even know you were still awake. Shit. How you join Discord? Exclamation point Discord. It gives you the link. There you go. There you go. That goes for anybody. Yo, any of you who'd like to join the Discord, please do. We have over 1,100 people in there. And people are like in VC all the time. People are gaming all the time. It's active every single day. I'm in Discord basically every single day. So if you want like a way to stay connected with the community and, you know, potentially like make some gaming friends or whatever, join watch parties. We do watch parties like freaking regularly now, after stream and before stream. If you want to hang out, please feel free. And also, you also get like community updates and announcements and going live announcements and stuff as well, if you care about that. If you don't, you could always just mute the channel. But I very hardly ever send out at everyone pings. There is the live announcements. That's an everyone ping. But other than that, very rarely do I use the at everyone. I try not to be annoying. Ashley, Hannah, and you are playing threes. Oh my god, wait, really? Hell fucking yeah. Oh, damn. That's awesome. How y'all doing? You would love so much, but it's 7:30 in the morning in France? Yeah, I know. I stream at like a time where it's like late for NA and early for EU. It's not super, super late for NA. Like, obviously, it's still pretty late. It's 1:30 right now. So it's still like late night gaming hours. But still, yeah. I know it's early in, I know it's early EU. Go in, please. Go in, please.
Oh my god.
It looks like you are a crossbar hero again. Pretty good. Hell
I
yeah.
don't feel that bad about.
Nice. I love that y'all are gaming. Wait, Ashley, you hit a crazy clip? Let's go. You're actually you're really good. I'll try to get it left. You don't have to answer if you don't want, but are you having a better day today? I hope.
Dude.
You are so in your own
This
head.
is not fucking real.
You are so in your own head, bro.
It's only when I'm partied with you, too.
Oh my god.
I literally had like 2 warm-up games. I just wasn't doing that.
That's so sad. Pretty good, you're vibing? Hell yeah. What is that emote? Wolfie. I'm glad y'all are vibing. Whoa! Behind Tyler. Nice. Yeah? Yeah? We're obviously winning this one. Oh, he's so
Wow, what a
lucky.
read.
Miss it.
Gotta get the fucking demo.
I got my boost snatched.
There we go.
Miss
We're
it,
clear.
miss it, miss it.
Got it again.
Stole their boost.
Bumpa bumpa.
Playing the flip.
Behind you.
Yeah, I got it. One more.
50? Oh, could be. Maybe.
Oh yeah, I get in there. That was so laggy.
Nice.
Eating. These guys are so fucking slow. Nice.
Around him.
Good
50.
50. Yeah.
Oh,
Overtime. You got a large bowl, but you shouldn't have. You're so fucking full. Wait, what's in it? Did you ever say, or did I miss it?
nice. Slam that shit.
Nice, good 50. Tyler Gaming? I'm up.
Yeah.
Ah,
I try to get back without getting demoed here.
yeah, you're good. Nice.
dead.
Tyler's on it. I'm on backboard. I got it.
Here again.
Yep. Finished.
Yeah.
Oh, a little bit too much.
Too much dip on the chip.
Yeah. I'm gonna get. I bumped him. Nice.
Nice. 50.
And
a
he got
steal.
boost
Good.
over him.
You follow that.
Yeah, beat
Beautiful.
2. One more pop.
Oh, I tried to fucking.
Let's see. I'm here. Faking the first one.
Oh my god.
No.
Pop
Almost.
it over him. Catch it. And goal.
Nice. How are you today, bike? Look at your clip on Discord. Of course. You don't gotta say pretty please. Of course I'll look at your clip. Rice, beans, chicken, pico, cheddar, jalapeno. Oh, that sounds really good. No, that's valid. Hold Q for a sec so I can check out this clip. Let's see.
Yeah,
Let's
I
see
got
what you're working with. Oh, we'll check out Serenity's clip too. Of her playing this is like some FIFA ripoff or knockoff, but looks okay.
There's
Oh,
FIFA ripoffs?
yeah. It's called like goals or something. It looks kind of
What the
clunky, I can't
fuck?
lie.
I didn't know they had competition.
Yeah. Bang! Ah, look, the graphics look pretty okay too. It's called. Oh wait, is this This is eFootball apparently?
Is it free?
I think so.
Oh, if it's free,
Blink-
it's better than EA.
Blinker
Fucking
Monday.
FIFA.
I haven't taken one yet, and yes, you're not wrong. Fuck, it's so bad. Ooh, that was with Bibsy and Hannah. Wait, why are you like actually the GOAT? Damn. Okay, girl. Damn. Hell yeah. Good job. You can queue now. Smee bro, want to play Rocket League? You listened to the piece like 20 times today, and every time it was worth it, I bet. I'm doing all right, e-bike. Any practice today and stuff? Ashley's just like that. Damn, it's already Monday. I know. That's so clean. I know. eFootball is Konami. It used to be Pez, right, Tyler? Holy shit, my tummy. Oh, my belly is so big. Oh, my belly. Is that what you're sitting there saying? She's just sitting there rubbing her belly, like, leaned back in her chair. Oh, my belly. Oh. I feel like I'm Saoirse. Wait, what? Oh, when she didn't poop for like 9 days. Did you hear that my tech actually saved her? She actually did proper pooping technique. And she said it like actually was the first time she was able to go in 9 fucking days. That in?
What is proper pooping technique?
Oh, you weren't tapped in for this conversation either?
No.
Thanks for lurking, Booney. For those of you that are not chatting and you're literally just keeping the stream up, lurking, vibing, I am very, very appreciative of you doing that. Thank you. Can we play together? No, sorry, I'm playing with people. You have failed no poop August. No, listen. And I was losing at that on stream. No, listen. Proper poop technique. You don't want to be like at a 90-degree angle when you're pooping, like having your feet just flat on the ground and you like your torso like straight up. You want to have like a stool or something in front of you so you can like rest your feet on it. So that way you can have your knees above your waist. That makes sense? So like,
So do you just have a setup in your bathroom?
well, there genuinely is something called a squatty potty, and it's like a stool that you're meant to keep like in the bathroom, like in front of your toilet, and it helps like you to poop easier. And no, it's not done yet.
So do you have a squatty potty?
I don't. I wish I did. But dude, they're so fucking lucky.
Yeah, I know. They're finding the craziest ways not to own goal right now.
I know. So you want to have your knees above your waist, and then also you want to have your hands like on your thighs, and you want to be like leaned forward a little bit. And what it does is it like unpinches your like intestines and stuff, so that way it makes it like easier to poop, and it's like the more natural way to poop as opposed to like sitting straight up.
So why is pooping not already made better?
What do you mean?
Like, why is it so flawed?
Well, a lot of
the
people.
toilet that we have.
I mean, a lot of people just don't know how to use that proper technique. And there's also different toilets around the
Even if you do
world.
have the proper technique, the standard American toilet is not.
No, I know.
proper.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm not surprised. You know, fucking American shit sucks for the most part. You don't even have bidets.
I mean, I've never been out of the country, so I have no idea what other. Like, I know other countries have bidets. But I don't know if they have like little stools and shit
I mean, if you don't
like,
believe,
built into the toilet.
there's some toilets that are just like kind of like in the ground and you kind of have to lean and do it yourself. Which like is a more natural way to poop too. If you don't believe me, literally just look up on Google like proper pooping form or proper pooping position. Like it's unironically like a whole thing that has like doctors and stuff behind it. Like I know it sounds silly and poop is like a funny subject, but like something that most people do every day, having like doing it the right way can like genuinely be beneficial to your health. Like believe it or not, or as funny as it sounds, having healthy like bowel movements is a health indicator. Like if you're struggling on the fucking toilet, straining, popping veins out every time to get your poop out, or you know, anything like that, like that's obviously not good for you in the long run and will negatively impact your health. I know I sound like a fucking dork, but like, yeah. I get like way too deep into topics like this sometimes and like go down rabbit holes. I'm gonna fucking actually blow my house up in game. Nice.
Good cutoff. Bro.
Nice.
Ah, that's just under me, I guess.
These motherfuckers are so lucky. You know how they have a pressure washer in the backyard? Yeah, that's really good because not only will it like clean your butthole, but it will just like literally just rip your skin off too. So that way you don't have to worry about cleaning it again. It's kind of awesome in a
I
way.
like that.
Yeah.
For one.
It's smart.
They fucking want it, I don't know.
Yeah, it's fucking over.
Oh yeah. Let me go ahead and pass it to them while I'm at
That's
it.
fine. We won last game. To you? Oh, not far enough. Score that. Yeah, they want it more than this. There's nothing we can do. It's out of our hands. It's in God's hands now.
Wait. Okay.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Don't
There is time
worry.
on the clock.
You don't sound like a dork any more than you usually do all the time, every day. Hope that helps. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, really cool. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, really cool. Thank you for
Hold on.
that.
I got a beat.
Oh,
bump?
please, please. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. How did I end up here? I just made a mini squatty pot. Wait. Hercules, are you serious? Holy shit, bro. Your phone is listening. Your phone is listening. It knows. Welcome on in.
Hercules.
High spiel. No, yes. Fecal mechanics. Just like you can have mechanics in Rocket League, you want to be SSL at pooping too. So true, Steel City.
Change.
Never pitch. No, like actually, like again, I know it's like a lesser spoken about like aspect of like health because, you know, poop, gross, whatever, funny. But like it really is important to like, you know, obviously your diet plays into it too, making sure you get enough fiber so you have good gut health and all that stuff.
Yeah, I really love how I just didn't affect this guy's car at all.
I love how I didn't fucking save this.
I'm just like a fucking feather that grazed him. Awesome.
I almost had it too. Damn, okay, e-bike.
I'm not expecting visitors, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Gim's butthole is just like fucking hemorrhoided up, bleeding, bleeding every poop.
It's fine. I don't care. I'm not getting my butt fucked anyway. That's sus, bro.
We're fine. We are not losing this team twice.
No, there was a time where I was like taking extended poops just to doom scroll on TikTok, and I'm pretty sure I gave myself fucking hemorrhoids because of it.
No, well, they're not permanent. Like, they go away eventually.
No, yeah.
But, like, no, that literally is
And
a
that
thing.
was like right before I literally saw the TikTok that was like, oh yeah, you're not supposed to, because like the pressure of the toilet bowl, like you're basically like, not the pressure, but like the fact that there's nothing to sit on.
No, yeah. It, like, you are putting a lot of
gravity,
pressure.
like,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly. It's really bad. Like, no matter what age you are. Like, obviously, hemorrhoids are, like, a normal thing that, like, some people just get. Like, again, a lot of people don't know how to fucking poop properly, so, like, it makes sense. A lot of people get hemorrhoids. And, like, it's obviously, like, relatively common. But it's, like, totally avoidable with, like, just slight changes to your routines. And not... Doom scrolling on the toilet is obviously really not good for you. It's okay to use your phone in the toilet, like, you know, whatever, 5 minutes max. Anything more than that, you're gonna be doing your body a disservice. A bidet is to buff the barnacles. You get you get barnacles on your fucking butthole. What the fuck? Huh? I am going to fucking scream.
Fuck. I thought there was no way that was gonna go around.
I got you, Smeeb. I locked you in. Yeah, I know. That was... I don't know. Fuck me. I wish I demoed the fucking goalie. I'll keep that in mind now. No, yeah, like, you definitely, like... It's obviously not going to affect you every single time, but it can be, like, nice. It can be, like, cumulative damage. Yes, I'm being serious. I need toilet from the Aqua Teen Hunger Force that killed Carl. I don't get that reference. Holy fuck, I cannot lock in with this shit. Katie, I'm sorry. Wait, why? What's wrong? I feel like this is an important conversation to have because a lot of people do not know, like, actual proper, like, pooping technique. And, like, Beckett just said, one time he like fucking fucked up his butthole because was on the toilet for too long. And that's like actually a thing.
No, it was like the cumulative shit, like you were saying. Like, I'm pretty sure there was like a week where I was just like doom scrolling.
Exactly.
For no reason.
Like, one time's not gonna kill you, but like if you're on the toilet for a long ass fucking time, like a lot, it's gonna add up. Are you serious?
Holy shit.
Who the fuck are we playing?
Beast mode.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Steel. Oh, you're the goat.
Give me that.
Exactly, Steel City. I usually doom scroll on the toilet. You didn't know that? Yeah, no, don't. I'm dying. It's funny, the voices. Okay, good. Like, actually, don't. Don't doom scroll on the toilet. Like, don't get me wrong. I bring my phone on the toilet too. Like, who doesn't? But like, I'm very mindful. Like, if I do play, like, for example, a Clash game, I'll play one Clash game. That's it. And I stop myself. I just tell myself, okay, anything I can do right now, I can just do fucking when I'm off the toilet.
Do you still play the Clashes?
Not really. I don't really mobile game in general. I don't play TCG Pocket, Pokemon Go, Clash Royale, or Clash of Clans. I'm super locked out on mobile gaming.
Yeah, I'm the same way. It's like they're just like phases.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe one day, but I don't know.
I'll lock back into them eventually. I think I'm just like really hyper fixated on stream and like doing everything I can. So I have like a really toxic mentality right now where anytime that I'm doom scrolling or playing a mobile game or anything that isn't like getting ready for stream, I feel like I'm wasting my time and being a lazy piece of shit. And that's obviously that's obviously a bad mentality to have. Like, it's okay to enjoy myself sometimes and I can totally manage my time better, but I'm just still working through that. You spent 10K on Survivor IO in 2024. Are you serious? This is like,
I
are
would
you
feel
like,
the same way with that sometimes?
yeah, it's not, it's definitely a toxic mentality to have, and I'm trying to work on it.
Because like, especially when I picked it back up, like whenever I first pick it back up, there's like times where I'll be like fucking on a mobile game for like 3 hours,
Yo, no,
depending on what it is.
I've definitely wasted time playing Clash Royale and clans before, so it's like, it's,
Yeah, I'll have like me and my Clash of Clans, like 5 accounts, trying to get one for each town hall.
it's definitely valid that because I have wasted time before.
Managing and upgrading each base plus the 3 attacks on all the accounts.
Mhm.
It's like
Log each Clash game too. Shut the fuck up. Nah, but it's okay. I'm working through that. Once I get my stream and sleep actually in order, in the near future, I'm thinking that like I'll probably be able to like enjoy things more and like not feel as bad about it. But I think since I'm still like in the middle, like the phase of like trying to get shit in order, I'm just, yeah, not great. Foot cramp. But yeah. I was hoping to start stream by fucking 9:30 today, and I went live at like 10:30, so not great. Thoughts on hummus? I like hummus. You start school on Wednesday? Oh yeah, everybody. It's like I need to lock the fuck in because a lot of people are going back to school, whether it's college or whatever, high school. Oh my goodness, that's unlucky. But yeah, a lot of people are like going back to school and stuff, so it's really important for me to lock in and get this. Hi, Stony. Wait, what was my one job? But yeah, it's like really important for me to lock in ASAP because people are going to be heading back to school. Not to mention the people that just like work and are going to bed earlier too. Are you okay, Steel City? Stony, are you going to be around for Smiling Friends today? We watched One Piece yesterday. We're waiting for you to finish the season. We got the last 2 apps. You'll be ready? Yay! Also, Stony, I edited the video. It's rendered. I just need to upload it to YouTube. But it is ready to go. And the coming soon is 5 seconds. Hold on. I'm going to show y'all the coming soon. It's really good. I think it's a really good hook. It's a really good hook, and it will get people to be like, what the fuck is she talking about? And they want to watch more. Trust me. After this game, hold Q for like a second so I can pull it up. I'll immediately start to render and upload it once I'm off stream. I didn't answer your DM. Sorry. I didn't go on Discord for like a while before I started stream. Well, I did go on Discord. I didn't open my DMs for a while. Was it to do with the video, like the thumbnail? Nice. Damn. Good demo. First guy got a piece of it though. Tyler?
Nice.
Turn on that? Nice, nice.
Nice.
That's fine. Stony, literally, like, as long as I upload it by Wednesday, I'm still on track. So that means all of Monday, all of Tuesday, and as long as it's uploaded on Wednesday. So all of Wednesday, basically.
What's your goal? Like once a week?
I'm trying to stick to once a week right now. And then once I can consistently do that for at least like a month or two, I'm going to like
Push
try
the
to,
limit.
yeah, I'm going to try to like go to twice a week, and then I'll do that. And then I'm going to keep like ramping it up like as much as I can. But I'm just trying to take it slow for now and keep it reasonable, because every time that I try to start off too hot, it ends up crashing and burning. And I don't want to do that again. Oh my goodness. You got, oh wait, really? Yo, let's go. That's awesome, Stony. I really hope your toothaches are fucking gone ASAP. Oh my god. Steel City, are you okay? Drink some water. Are you dehydrated? Oh, damn it. That's why I'd be gone today? I mean, hey, good reason. I hope your toothaches are fucking fixed forever. I jumped too. Where it's fucking over. Oh wait, Tyler's back. Change. All right, hold Q for a sec. You might have to do family therapy with your dad. I mean, if it's helpful, I think it's worth it. Therapy is pretty good. I have my therapy appointment on Tuesday or Wednesday, I forget. Okay, check out this hook. Tell me how fire this hook is to the video. The coming soon. Check this out. Tell me you're not gonna see this and be like, I need to see more. What the fuck is she talking about? Ready? I just realized I actually have to fucking re-render it because I have to re-render it because I forgot to put Pokemon music in it. I'm realizing, but the rendering takes like 20 minutes. It's not that long. My PC is pretty good with rendering, and DaVinci Resolve's not too long. Hi, Red. So is that not fire? And then like literally the first 2 games of us playing is us talking about fucking PewDiePie, Tobuscus. Vekage was talking about YouTubers he watched, so was Twilly. Like we were literally just reminiscing on YouTubers and stuff. So I feel like making the title like something about like YouTubers or nostalgia or something like that will be, you know, good. And like literally this happens in like the second game where I'm talking about Boogie 2988 and it explains why I said that. But like I thought that was like a really good hook because it's like because obviously Boogie 2988 is like a really controversial figure now. And like I don't know, I thought it'd be a good hook. Wait, a crazy hold on, a crazy Boogie clip came out from the EDP documentary. Hold on. What an insane sentence I just said, by the way. Was it this one?
His brain doesn't fully function. He is, by all definition, mentally retarded.
Well, just my thoughts on
Like, bro. Oh wait.
the EDP 445 and what he did. Just totally wrong. He deserves to go to jail, and there will be bad karma.
His brain does.
Boogie 2988 back to back with Chris Chan. What are we doing? Unreal. Skittles? I don't know Skittles. Not the fucking sequel. Dude, yeah, same with Kanye. Really big fan of Kanye. Didn't start listening to him. I didn't even know he made music. Anyways, I gotta re-render that. I'll re-render that after stream, and then I'll re-render and upload it. Putting music is not hard. I'll take a second. Oh, hell yeah, Tyler. Kanye, the political influencer. God, Joff was listening to me telling yesterday, and you're listening to Watch Party while chilling and gaming. Dude, it's crazy. You can queue. It's crazy that even exists. Like, why the fuck is EDP is releasing documentaries and making money when he should be fucking in jail? Like, what is happening? That shit is so cooked. I'll watch while we queue. Steel City. Oh my god, this Kaz would request this. Literally the only times I ever heard this was when Kaz requested it.
Does Kev still come around?
Nah. Wait, you didn't hear about the falling out we had?
I think I half remember it.
What's up, Comic Zone? How are you? No, you. You had the same goal explosion? It's awesome, right? Gim, that's genuinely crazy. I think the doc is meant to provide a case as to why he needs to be investigated further. Wait, is it not... Was it not made by EDP? I guess I don't know enough about the doc. I thought it was literally like an autobiography type of thing. But if that's the case, then good. He should be. That motherfucker went to AI girlfriends to make... Wait. What? Stony, what? It's co-wrote or whatever? Okay, that's what I get for reading chat. Anyways, I'll explain. So Kaz and I had a falling out. When Charlie Kirk got his neck blown out.
Oh.
Kaz, at the time, I'm sure he feels differently now. I'd be very surprised if he didn't. But at the time, he was one of the poor, unfortunate people that were reacting in a very, like, reactionary, pearl-clutching, knee-jerk manner. And he was saying stuff like, oh, like, nobody deserves to die. And, like, yeah, he said some bad things, and I think he was a bad person, but, like, he didn't deserve that, and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, yeah, and we had a falling out over that, and...
Didn't that happen to someone else in here? Like Juice Box?
Oh, that was a long time ago, but that wasn't about Charlie Kirk. That was just in general. That you're talking about Juicy Franklin.
Oh.
That was a falling out over he basically was saying that, like, I need to be nicer to the bigots and stop being so aggressive and blah 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 blah. And was basically just like victim blaming me and saying I need to, like, stop. I mean, in a way, he kind of was right that I shouldn't give them as much of, like, my time and attention, which I agree with that. But he was also, like, simultaneously saying that, like, I should, like, be nicer to them and give them a chance to, like, the people that were just, like, coming in and being, like, transphobic. So, yeah, it was awkward. And, like, it's funny because, like, last year, like, keep in mind, it had been, like, 3 years at this point since there was a falling out. Like, Juicy Franklin and Schlee were, like, pretty good friends. And she, like, went to his stream because he, like, popped up on, like, recommended streamer or whatever. And again, it's been 3 years since the falling out. And she, like, typed in his chat, like, hey, I know it's been a while, like, since we've talked. Like, I hope you're doing well. And he just didn't respond and just banned her. After
Fucking
3...
10 toes down.
Yeah, after 3 years. And that's all she said.
Same stance.
That's so crazy. That's internet, isn't it?
in?
No, we're good. We're good. W Vecjeech. What is in my fucking ears? They're all three at midfield. It's peak music. Yeah, Tobuscus was never for me. I also just like didn't really get into Minecraft. I literally have never played it. So, like, I am not, like, tapped in on, like, Minecraft YouTubers and the old Minecraft songs that people like and whatever.
There was so many bangers.
I know.
I'm not reaching that.
Just never for me. Do I know Herobrine? Like the character? QT Cinderella talking point? Wait, what was the QT Cinderella talking point? The, like, Charlie Kirk didn't deserve it? Yeah, QT Cinderella is, like, insufferable. I'm sorry, I don't like her.
I think her talking point was like being friends with like racists or something, even if they're racist.
Doesn't make me racist. Yeah, I remember that. And if anybody knows Foreign, he has like a YouTube channel called like Foreign Fridays. He made a video on his YouTube kind of like a while ago now. It was like QT Cinderella is like the Taylor Swift of streaming, and it's like so true.
Dude, I'm fucking pre-jumping these bitches and they can't even... They're still not working.
That's fine. If we lose this game, it's my fault for starting off the game 1-0 immediately. Reading chat, let the ball just fucking roll right by me. Ludwig too. I don't like Ludwig or Cutie Cinderella. Oh, I tried to pass. You saw blood.
I'm just trying shit.
Ludwig and QT are both like insufferable white libs. And like it's just such a classic like fucking white liberal take to be like, yeah, just because I'm friends with the racist doesn't mean, yeah, and we lose because of the fucking goal that I let in. Hi, Frosty. Bye, Red Turtle. The kitty is so cute. You also have the cat topper, but you don't wear it. Oh my god. I don't really wear toppers and stuff. Ludwig's an enabler. That too. But yeah, Cutie Cinderella was like, yeah, just because like I'm nice to racists and friends with the racist doesn't mean I'm also a racist. So it's like, oh, wow, really interesting. I love that take. I love that take. In my opinion, if someone was racist and I knew that they were racist, call me crazy, I wouldn't be friends with them. I know. Hot take, apparently, to some people.
Vatira.
Holy crap, is this really him?
I gotta get a sign.
Wait, can you please ask him? Wait, I want to ask him.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Oh, please sign my Steam profile. Okay. Demo their goalie. In there, in there.
God.
Holy crap. Vatira.
We just scored on him.
Can I get a sign? Please? I'm going right. Ludwig is like the David Dobrik of Twitch. Yeah, that's pretty valid. Bro, he literally said some shit like... He basically like came beholden to his corporate sponsors and corporate benefactors and was like, yeah, most of my revenue comes from my sponsorships with AT&T and blah, blah, blah. It's like, oh, and you know, just so... I forget what his reasoning was, but it's like, yeah, bro, you're taking like fucking corporate sponsorship money and just doing whatever they want. And adjusting your morality and views based on that. I don't love Hassan these days, but I also remember that he literally, like, keep in mind that Cutie Cinderella is Hassan's, like, podcast co-host. Cringe, I know. But they've been friends for a while. And Ludwig was like completely, like, was like, yeah, Hassan is like a coworker. I wouldn't even go to his funeral. Like, I wouldn't go to his funeral if he died. Which is just so crazy to say about, like, I don't even know. Very cringe. It just shows his, like, who he is as a person, you know? I feel like he's, like, really, like, I feel like it's not fair for me to say he's, like, sociopathic, but, like, I don't know. He just seems like a very not cool person. Just seems like a kind of like a classic liberal capitalist. Is that fair to say? I don't know. Maybe that's not fair to say.
Actually, he's just not parasocial like you.
Oh, even though him and Hassan literally like have hung out, and again, his girlfriend is like I'm pretty sure they would be considered like best friends. I don't really know. I don't really know that dynamic well enough, I guess. But I remember Hassan saying like he was like hurt by that, and he calls him like coworker wig. Oh my God! Hi, Sam. How are you? Is your cough gone yet? Ludwig is the Patrick Bateman of streaming. I can see it. Like, I don't think he's like the most evil person ever. He just does not seem cool, which is sad because like he plays a lot with Squeaks, and I like Squeaks. Squeaks is an example of someone who I think is cool. I mean, obviously, I only know Squeaks parasocially, but he seems like a really cool person and like he'd be really fun to hang out with. He's really funny. Hello, cough is not gone fully? Oh my God, you're really going through it. Nice. Can I shout you out on the community page? Oh! Good night, e-bike. Have a good one. Hey, no worries, no worries. Listen. I plan on getting my shit together and streaming earlier and all that stuff. Don't you worry. I'm still in the process of that. I have not given up on that. And I mean, as you can see, I have been starting streams a lot fucking earlier still, but not early enough yet. But I will be starting streams hopefully way closer to like, you know, 7 and 8 p.m. ASAP. And again, I'm hoping I can get back on track tomorrow, start stream by 9 p.m. Get up at a decent time. That's why today's stream is only going to be 5 hours on the dot. I already showered and cleaned my hair and all that shit. So basically after stream, I'm going to like do a little bit of content creator work. I'm going to render and upload my final version of the video I'm going to be posting in the next couple days. Oh, never punished. I'm going to talk with Stoney about the thumbnail that he's going to make for me. And I'll be hopefully getting to sleep and getting off by 5 a.m. again. And then, you know, keep working that back. New Lush bath bomb. I've never used a bath bomb before. I feel like I don't take enough baths. Pretty much the only time I take a bath is when I do an everything shower. Is that valid?
I don't think I've taken a bath in like over a decade.
Well, you also don't like shave your body, I'm assuming, so. Is it fair for me to say you don't seem like you're a hairy person?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Depends on the area, but I'm definitely hairy.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like you'd be one of those lucky kind of people that like just don't get fucking body hair and shit, or it's like really thin.
I wish. My arms is okay. I have like nothing on my back. My stomach has nothing really besides like
some peach fuzz.
Like some darker peach fuzz, like a happy trail.
Mm-hmm. Whoa!
But once it gets towards like my legs and my fucking scrotum and ass, yeah,
it's a jungle down there. It's okay. It's full bush summer still. You're fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pop out with some fucking nair here and get a new air filter.
Nah. Listen. The Strat. Just get a trimmer and a one blade. Easy Strat. You don't gotta like shave down with a razor. Getting a trimmer is so much easier.
Locking it for me. Yeah, I gotta splurge a little bit and get myself a one blade.
It's honestly, it's way cheaper than you think. A one blade is like $35.
You talking about the electric one or the
Yeah, electric one.
regular one?
That's what I have. I have a 1 blade. It came with 2 blades and it was 35 bucks. And each blade lasts at least 3 months. So like the replacements are kind of expensive. It's like I think I bought 4 blades for like I bought like 4 blades for like 35 bucks or something, but those 4 blades will quite literally last me a year,
Yeah, the whole year.
at least. So yeah, it's like, it's, in my opinion, it's super worth it. And it's, it doesn't get like, the closeness of the shave is like in between a wet shave and like a trimmer. So I just use it for like my body. I don't really use it on my face. Hi Dismal, can you believe it? Tyler came into stream. He saw Vekage and I suffering. And he said, all right, get me in here. Are you gaming tonight? Perhaps we can play some 2s once I'm done playing 3s with Vekage and Ty. We've been playing for like an hour at least. I think we're doing pretty good overall. I'm not sure, to be honest. I think we're positive. I haven't checked rank.
I haven't checked it either. I think it's been a good amount of win-loss.
Yeah. I think we're probably like +1 or 2, maybe, if I were to guess.
Well, if I remember correctly, when I told you, I think I was 1676.
Something like that. I was 16.
'Cause
I was 1623, I think.
I was I had to be 1670 something because fucking somebody was like 6'7".
Oh my god.
I forgot who it was though.
Could have been anyone in my fucking brain rotted chat. I'm 1616. There's no way I'm 1616 right now. That would mean we're 1 negative, which I mean, I guess is believable, but like, I guess Vector and I did lose a game or 2 before we started playing with Ty. Nice. Careful around your scrotum. I mean, yeah, that's pretty... Any part of your genitals or sensitive bits, you obviously always want to be careful.
I've always had a giant fear that I was gonna fucking like rip open my scrotum and just
your
have my ball fall out.
That's a horrible fucking image, and I'm pretty sure anybody that has a scrotum has probably thought that.
Yeah.
Just hanging by the fucking tubes or whatever the fuck they're connected by.
It's weird 'cause,
Bang!
like, I don't know. I don't know if there's a certain shaver I used to have, but I used to like not give a fuck.
Oh
and it
my
just wouldn't,
god.
like,
You just rip your shit up?
it wouldn't rip me up. Like I wouldn't get nipped. I would just be able to fucking graze it against my ball sack, and
Yeah.
it would go to town. Without
There are
nipping me.
some razors that are meant for like
Oh fuck! It's not in though.
Ah! My fucking god! There's some razors that are meant for sensitive areas. You're back on hydrox. Oh, nice. You feel robotic as fuck. That's not nice. Are you still going through like the adjustment period? I might be going on antidepressants at some point in the near future. I've been talking about it with my therapist a little bit, and she said that like antidepressants might help with the intensity of the emotions I feel. So rather than getting really, really sad, I'll just get like a little bit sad.
So how true are the stereotypes that it numbs you out?
It depends which one. Because when I was on Zoloft, I literally felt like a zombie. And yes, I didn't feel as sad, but I also just couldn't feel much of anything.
Damn. So you're just like nonchalant queen?
Yeah. No, yeah, but like not in a good way. Like, I didn't want to be fucking numb
Is
as
being
shit.
nonchalant any really ever a good way?
No, exactly.
You're trying too hard.
Like, I don't know. Yeah, I was just not feeling much of anything. I was on it for like maybe like 6 months, and then I weaned off of it. I told my doctor, I was like, yeah, I can't do this. Like this, like
So it numbs you out physically too?
Well, I mean, just mentally and physically. Yeah, I just like was. Oh my fucking god!
I had a red too with my fucking 10 boost.
Ow, thinking hurts my soul. True Kai Kochi, I'm not a coach, sorry. Zoloft numbs you up good. I know, but like not in a good way.
I guess it just makes you not want to be in the mood for literally anything.
Yeah, I mean, again, I wasn't really getting sad, but I also was just not feeling much of anything. And so I talked to her and I said, like, maybe we can try something else, because I told her about, you know, the fact that I was on that before and it didn't make me feel anything. Oh my fucking fuck.
Oh my god, they fucking side flip. I'm horrible. Oh my god, what does that dog shit shot take?
Hopefully Tyler gets there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh?
Maybe?
I saw the vision. I'm back.
Yeah,
Nice.
put it back to you.
Pass 2?
Oh, that's 2. Here we go.
God damn it.
Off the corner. I gotta put it past this guy.
I missed the fucking corner boost, but at least you got it. I'm up.
Yeah.
Double? Mid?
Double that. I'll be here.
Tyler? Nice.
There we go.
What a joke. They don't even know. What? Please win. I put my house on it. Yo, Luke, did I just complete your parlay? Feeling numb is definitely when it gets scary. I know. Hold Q for a sec. Zoloft and Prozac both had me shuffling around like an extra in Thriller, like a zombie. I think MDMA abuse fried the sad brain cells in me anyway. That's like...
That's so sad that the fucking antidepressant just makes you a zombie to cure it.
I know. Yeah, no, it's not good. Like, I don't want to be
Like,
medicated
it's
in that
like
way.
a Band-Aid.
Yeah.
And it's not a good Band-Aid.
I want to treat the underlying issue, not just fucking slap a Band-Aid on it, you know?
It like turns off your receptors for it turns off your joy receptor. It turns off all receptors.
Yeah, I know. It sucks. Sorry, Fate. Manscaped ad transition. I'd get sponsored by them.
I
Manscaped,
have one, but that's because I had like an employee accommodation.
Yeah, Manscaped is good. Like, it's obviously branded towards men, but like, it's a good trimmer for like anybody.
Yeah, the guard is pretty like thick too, so
Yeah.
you're not really cutting too close.
I've seen people of every gender sponsored by Manscaped, to be honest. I haven't taken these meds since the week after I put myself in the hospital, so it's an adjustment. 5 years? Holy shit. Yeah, you're gonna be adjusting for probably a couple of weeks, Dismal. That was a crazy goal. I don't remember which one. SSRIs make me want to die and you can't come, so you just raw dog life. I would love to find some like medical concoction that if there was some like antidepressant that made it so I just didn't get as sad and that's it, that'd be awesome. But I don't know if that exists. That's how it feels for me. I genuinely feel nothing emotionally and you disassociate. Like, yeah, that's not good. Like Vekage was saying, I don't want a Band-Aid. I want something that treats the underlying issue. Like, I want to fix fundamentally like why I'm sad, but I don't know if that's kind of possible for the things I worry about.
Are you diagnosed?
With what?
Depression.
Yeah, I've been diagnosed with clinical depression and anxiety for a long time. Please win last piece of my 27 leg. Oh yeah, let's go. That's what Shlee is on. Razor Blade, Wellbutrin. You could give yourself a brain lesion with MDMA. Worked for me. Oh, yay! I just feel normal and function on it usually. Yeah, that's what Shlee literally says. That Wellbutrin has been amazing for her. Just don't be sad. The fuck? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I feel like if there was like a pure fix, it would be all over the market.
Is there a medication that will stop me from thinking about my own mortality as a human being and all my loved ones' mortalities as human beings and will no longer be sad and suffer from anticipatory grief? Is there a medication that can do that for me?
There's something similar to that I read up on the other day.
Similar to what?
Like the antidepressant, but like without fucking turning into a zombie.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like a... I think it's like Elon Musk brain chip.
Oh, Neuralink. Oh,
yeah, there you go.
I'm going to have Neuralink happiness uploaded right to my brain.
Yes.
It's called mow the lawn and take out the trash. No, because then that just evolves into me taking out the trash, but also crying while I do it. I don't want to unplug my brain. I just want to cut out one of the
I
cords.
heard the Neuralink works. You just have to like display an ad on your forehead for
Oh.
Starlink and Tesla every, I think, 3 hours.
Oh. Okay, yeah, I can do that. You're on Depa and Prozac. I don't know what that is, but it helps. Hey, a lot more people are on antidepressants than you'd probably think. They put me on Mirzapine and it's worked all right. Same med nearly killed my girlfriend though. Wait, what? Yeah, I mean, I've had diagnosed clinical depression and anxiety for like, I don't even know. I've been depressed and having anxiety my whole life. I was only like officially diagnosed by my doctor like maybe like 5 years ago or something. And I've had it for a long time though, like much longer than that. I'm hopefully gonna get an official diagnosis for whatever the fuck's going on in my brain by a neuropsychologist in the next couple months. I've been on a wait list for a month and a half, so I'm looking forward to getting that appointment done with and not have to worry
You're
about
getting your
that.
brain scrambled?
Yeah, something like that.
I
I'd
don't know if
have.
I have anything.
I mean, you can always get diagnosed if your insurance covers it. Well, Butrin is pretty dope. I went 1 dose up and got tremors for 2. Oh. So basically just don't do too much, Sam. Or like don't have a high dose or some shit. Yo! Hi, Fate. I love that message up to the last one, the last part, but I love you and appreciate you too. You can queue now. I'm caught up. I'd
I
have
don't
my...
think I have depression, but maybe I have some sort of ADHD.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm... Like, I'm getting neuropsych diagnosed for some sort of neurodiversity. Whether it's like OCD, autism, ADHD, whatever. I gotta figure out. Microdose psilocybin surprisingly well for my depression. And you're talking about like fucking the hallucinogenics? What's up, Vados?
Wait, so you don't get tested for that? It's literally just like they can see an abnormally and you're like...
No, yeah, it's a test. Like I'm gonna go into a neuropsychologist and they're gonna give me like a series of tests to determine whether like what I have. I'd have Neuralink transmit funny memes into my brain. Oh, hell yeah. Thanks for the memes, Elon.
And you can go for multiple different like diagnostics, or
I think like they are gonna
you have to do, like one at a time.
I think I'm going in to do like a general test, and then they're probably gonna just proceed from there to see like, okay, you might have this, let's test for this type of shit.
Okay.
I think
what tree it falls under.
Exactly. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Like I'm gonna go in. I think it's like usually like 2 different separate like dates or 2 separate things. So I'm probably gonna go in, and that lagged so fucking bad.
I was so slow to that too.
I'm probably gonna go in, take a general test, and they'll like kind of just like see where I'm at, see what I have, and like then probably like if they have like a suspicion I have something specifically, they'll probably test for that. I don't know exactly how it works, but yeah. I've been pretty good, Fados. How are you doing? I've been a really bad content creator, by the way. I think I've done like 1 call to action. Hey, don't forget, y'all, if you're on YouTube and you're enjoying the stream, I stream literally every single day. So y'all should go ahead and drop a like on the YouTube stream and subscribe if you want to, if you're enjoying the stream. And don't want to miss any future ones. I'm also live on Twitch and TikTok. So if you'd like to...
That's gonna fucking work.
No, we got it. If you want to drop a follow on TikTok or a follow on Twitch, I would also appreciate that. I'm live on all 3 platforms every single day. I also post on Facebook. I have a Facebook gaming page now, where I post on Red Note, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, everything. So... any and all platforms you'd like to support, I really appreciate. I'm also... I'm going to bring up my VOD channel after this game, so hold queue for a sec, and I'm going to pull up my channel dashboard. I'm really, really, really trying to get my VOD channel monetized before the ad changes. So if y'all could be so kind and drop a sub on that as well. I need 500 subs, and I have like 230 right now. So I'm still like... I'm like almost halfway there. So yeah, any and all support on that too is also massively appreciated. Work's finally been getting good. Can you tell me, like, I literally am a fucking bot and I completely forget. Did you get a new job or are you still working at Chipotle? I asked you this last time, but I think you like had to dip out. I probably have brain worms and you told me something and I forgot. Beating both. Open? Wow.
Maybe. Wow, this guy just fucking
Oh my god, go in!
Captain America himself.
Holy fuck, it's Garrett fucking G. Nice. I'm up, going high, and it's somehow to the side of me.
And I'm dead.
Good luck.
Oh.
I think we're on a 2-win streak right now.
Dang. We can
Left?
Win this. These guys are beatable.
I mean, yeah, it's only 1-0. Oh, my bad. I was trying to yas that up mid. I didn't know where Tyler was. Down mid?
Oh, that's beautiful.
God damn it.
Put it around. That guy has it though.
I'm here. I popped that way too high for 20 boost. Oh, nice. Tyler,
Do it,
shoot
do
that
it,
shit.
Do it.
Oh, shit.
This guy doesn't have boost, does he?
Nice. Playing his
That guy's
touch.
kinda awk.
No, 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 no. He sign flip. No, no, no.
That guy has it. I'll be here. Drop down.
Please.
Oh.
Yes.
Yes.
Holy shit.
him off
Finally. Tapering on physical, I suppose why it's weird. Anyway, though, life condom ain't so bad. Hey, life condom doesn't sound too bad at all. You're depressed and confused, not trans. Get well soon. It's funny because, like, my depression and anxiety and stuff is literally things to do. Pretty much, I used to have depression and anxiety surrounding that too. And that depression and anxiety is like lifted, obviously. Like I have clarity in that aspect of my life. And I kind of like, you know, I have like a path forward on that. Yes, it's still scary. Yes, I'm uncertain about my future. But like, you know, my questions and doubting and anxiety surrounding that topic is obviously completely gone. Which is great. My anxiety and my depression and my existentialism comes from a completely separate topic that is way more to do with, like, you know, way more broader topics. Like, again, I don't want to turn this into like a fucking sad yapping stream, but like just it's more so surrounding like existentialism, mortality, anticipatory grief, all those things. Nothing to do with that. I know you're joking. I'm just elaborating. Ooh.
Like, oh,
Open?
reach it, reach it.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
let's go.
yes. You're very beautiful.
Freaking go.
No, you are. You got OCD? I think I might... Wait, did you get, like, diagnosed by an actual neuropsychologist? I learned what rumination was relatively recently, and I unfortunately think I do that a lot.
Rumination? What's that?
Obsessing over certain thoughts. And, like, being unable to let them go.
Like specific thoughts?
And like it's rumination, it's like a cycle. Like sometimes I'll find myself in a headspace where I'm like unable to stop thinking about the future and losing my loved ones and having them die, and I'm like, oh my god, like they're gonna die someday. I don't want to be without them. And like it's like a cycle of like it just like I'm in my head for like an hour straight, like crying and really sad, and it's really not good.
And that'll happen like
It happens. It happens way too often. Yeah. If it's really bad, I mean, like when I was doing really bad, like a month ago, I was crying every day for like weeks straight.
How was that past me?
That's
oh my god.
so
I
laggy.
don't understand. God, I fucking hate losing because we just go down like super early because of bullshit.
I know.
And we come back and we're down like 1. Get out of here. Maybe.
Oh my
I have to
fucking
get
god.
fucking double stuffed like an Oreo.
It's okay. We got plenty of time in the game. Just a really unfortunate start for threes.
Nice. Good speed. I'm so bad. Good luck.
I got it.
Nice. Can maybe get this.
Fucking hell. Fuck.
Give me the boost. Hop past him. Give
Yeah,
it
it
to
probably
you.
has two. Yeah. I fucking
alright.
knew it.
Fitty fitty. Straight to the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay, fucking Mighty Mouse.
Hold on. I'm trying to keep up with chat. I will. I promise. I'll probably have Beckage hold Q for a sec after this game.
That's like a touch
Like-
and a half by me.
Beckage is just the classic Q, 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 Q.
Great save.
Thank you.
Fuck off. Yeah, my bad. If you need me to hold key, let me know.
It's fine. Okay, bro.
Dude, Dr. Mighty Mouse
Bro.
does not give a fuck. He owns this game. Who
If I-
is this?
If I musty that, I don't know, man. Whatever. Actually, just peak of his fucking
this guy's
career.
been shutting me down all game.
Peak of his fucking career.
We score here and we come back. I don't give a fuck.
I hate this game.
Wait. That's not in? Okay, I'm gonna go shoot my GTA. That was perfect too, for you to leave that, and I'm just fucking dog shit the game, all good. Jeej.
We just started this game bad. It's so hard to dig yourself out of a hole in threes.
Yeah, like that's how I'm getting 50'd. Chalk it.
Get me out. Work has been getting good. You're still at Chipotle, but your dad's offering you an Whoa, wait, really? IT position at your dad's job? In the meantime, your co-manager and general manager both got fired, so we finally got competent management in there right now. Chipotle does sound good. That's make my life so much easier. Yo, let's go. That's actually fire. That's really good, Luke. Hell yeah. You're home now. Boss is break your job. That's why me and Beckage get SSL, because we know it's all about hitting the Q button so fast. Hell nah.
Yeah, SSL's not happening with 3 Qs a night.
Oh my god. IQ way more than that. I was like the person.
We are positive though.
I think.
I definitely started at, I want to say 1670. We're like a game positive.
Yeah.
More with Ty.
You remember in a bad guy story where your brain's flashing? Yeah, no, that happens to me sometimes too. You're the best plat in the world? Hell yeah. Oh, you give me a break, Sam. IQ enough. I just try to keep up with chat too. Let me pull up my VOD channel. I already did my other calls to action. Hey, if y'all have a YouTube account and you really, really want to help me out, I would very much really appreciate it if you can go to my VOD channel and just subscribe. I would obviously also really appreciate it if you could
You got a
watch.
spam link in the chat.
Obviously, I would really appreciate it if you could you came back from Tools Live. How was it? I would obviously also really appreciate it if you put a video on and left it on for like watch time or whatever. But even if you just subscribe to my channel, I need 500 subscribers and we're almost halfway there. I still have like 4.5 months to do it, or 5.5 months. I don't know, something like that. I still
Like February.
Yeah, I still have a long time to do this. So I'm gonna try to
Is it like
talk.
6 months.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to talk about it like every single day. I'm gonna try to talk about it every single day. We've been getting like at least a couple subs almost every stream. So if I can keep up that grind, whatever. You have to go pee? Okay, perfect. Wait, how come? He was? VOD subbed. Yo, thank you so much. Again, if you're on YouTube, you can literally just go here. If you go to my main channel, it's literally linked right here. It's called VOD channel. And if there's also the link in chat. Yo, 2 people subscribed. Thank you. Holy shit. Holy shit.
You comms.
Yeah, seriously.
All
Like,
the action works.
no, genuinely, I've been getting like 1 or 2 subs almost every time I talk about it on stream. So seriously, for those of you that have subscribed, thank you so fucking much. I know that like I'm not going to be getting a whole bunch of money from a VOD channel, obviously. But any and all extra income is obviously fire, literally just passively from super long
'cause this new
videos.
policy is some bullshit.
Yeah. Not to mention
8,000 hours.
Yeah, well, not to mention super long videos like this, like all my VODs, like look, like 6 hours long, 6.5, 6, 5.5, 6.
What's your watch hours at now?
For the VOD channel,
Yeah.
it says 192.9 in the last 28 days. Hours.
Oh, does it tell you how close you are? Because it does it by the year, no? For the
Oh. The watch time is 17. I'm at a 3,000. I'm at 1,700.
Okay. More than halfway.
So I'm already more than halfway. I'm already more than halfway for the watch time. I'm almost halfway for the subs. Yo, wait. 2 more people subscribed. Thank you. Oh God, Cat Hode. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. How come? How'd you hurt your hip? You're gonna make a burger? Oh shit. What kinds? Get some mayo chup on there. But yes, dude, thank you so much for subscribing, y'all. Like, genuinely, it helps out so much. I'm gonna talk about it at least once every stream. So thank you. Obviously, sub to my YouTube and all that stuff as well. Speaking of subs, did you know that if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect your Amazon Prime to your Twitch account, and you can get 1, one free sub every single month. Did you know that? And we currently are 1 out of 5 on the sub goal. I'm going to be ending stream in about an hour. Whether or not there are people that can subscribe is fine. I am yet to subscribe to myself a single time in this 43 sub streak. I'm totally okay with doing that. If I have to, I will. Not a big deal. But if there's any primers, any free Twitch primers, I would very much appreciate it if you could use the sub here. It would mean a lot. And that would help me get to the daily sub goal, and we can keep this streak going, baby. But regardless, again, don't worry about it. It will continue regardless today. I will subscribe to myself. I am okay with doing that. I think it's like I'm never like expecting people to sub. So, you know, gifting subs to the community, like in a way, is like giving back to people that can't sub, right? Not to mention, it's basically discounted even more for me because I get half of the revenue from it. So, for example, let's see. If I gift...
Is there ad rev on YouTube streams?
Yes, but for the short form streams, it's like not very high. Where's the sub button here?
Kind of forgot about YouTube.
Yeah, there is ad revenue on that. Where the fuck is the sub button? Okay, 1 second. Oh my God. I'm really sorry to hear that. That's such a stupid injury too. Like, that's so unlucky. I'm sorry. Anything can really happen at any time, huh? Jesus. Okay. So if I gift 5 subs, it costs me $24.95 with the discount it has. And oh, I also get Audible Premium on us for I'm like probably a month or something.
Oh, word? You have free gifts now?
I guess it says, I think Twitch is being sponsored by Audible. So it's $24.95 for me to gift 5 subs, and then I also get half of that. So I end up, I'm pretty sure I still get the full price of the sub. Like 5 subs is $30. I get 15 of that. So I'm pretty sure that's how it works. So I would pay 25 and I get $15. So in reality, I'm only spending 10, I think, for the 5 subs. I could be doing that math wrong. It might actually end up being I'm spending 12 or something. Either way, it's like essentially the same. And I mean, yeah. Again, I have not gifted my sub a single time in the current 43 streak, so I don't mind doing it here and there, like at a moment like this.
Just give yourself like 4 test subs, then save the money. And keep the streak going.
What do you mean 4 test subs?
like when you go to test the alert in OBS.
Oh, no, true, genius. It's okay.
Like, oh wow, thank you.
You can queue now. Thank you, me. But yes, basically, I'm just saying that to say I don't want anyone to feel pressured to give me subs. It's happened like 3 different times now, 4 different times even. Do not feel pressured in any fucking way, because regardless, the sub streak will continue. Just making that clear. Mayo Chup is a classic, but I always get weird looking for... Wait, really? Mayo Chup is so good. And it's... I mean, ketchup and mayo together is fire. Tyler, literally. Oh boy, 2 a.m. burger time. What the fuck, bro? But yeah, I think like my policy around that for myself is just gonna be like, you know, here and there. Like I wouldn't do it twice in a row. Like if tomorrow I also like people are not able to subscribe, I'll just say fuck it, we'll restart the streak. But you know,
no, fuck it. Just keep fucking giving Bezos that money.
Hell yeah. But like, you know, here and there, like if it was like every like a couple times a month or something, I would not care at all. Because in a way, like I said, it is giving back to the community. God, now you want McDonald's? Ew. Oh, wait. Oh, my God. You should. That's honestly one of the reasons why I am trying to get a diagnosis, like an official diagnosis from a neuropsychologist. Because I know that there are certain, like, accommodations or resources that I can then access with an official diagnosis that I would not be able to otherwise. So I'm really hoping that, like, at the minimum, it will give me peace of mind, you know? And at the maximum, it might give me accommodations that I would not be able to have otherwise. And, you know, there's also the scenario where maybe I'm not neurodivergent. There's also that, too. I just want to know. I really want to know.
What do you think your rates are?
What do you mean?
What are the odds?
I know. Oh, boy, sure hope I pass. No, I have no fucking clue. I think I wouldn't be surprised if I was neurodivergent. I'll just say that. In some facet. Whether I have OCD or ADHD or autism or something. I wouldn't be surprised. Did I gift any subs today? No, that's why we're 1 out of 5 on the goal right now. What's my garbage food of choice? Taco Bell, obviously. Also, we are boycotting McDonald's because fuck Israel. It's on the BDS boycott list. McDonald's was giving like fucking free burgers to like IDF soldiers and shit. So fuck them. Oh, open?
Nice. Let's go.
Guys.
I have to save my Prime just in case Kai Cenat goes live later? No, bro, valid. I'm so valid.
You never know when Mafia-thon 4 comes out.
Oh, man. Like...
I get put into a raffle for the new Vivette, whatever the fuck it's called.
I have no fucking idea what that is. I don't understand, like,
The new Kaisenat merch.
I totally understand if you're someone that watches like even like a big streamer a lot, subbing to them can basically be like a subscription service like Netflix or whatever. Like, you know, you watch them, they
You're
give
just
you
doing it to ad block them.
Yeah, exactly. You watch them a lot, you don't want ads. Valid. I understand that.
All of them at the same time say like, guys, I don't need the subs. Like the ads are enough.
No, yeah, but of course they also have like fucking 50,000 goddamn fucking subs every month.
Yeah.
Which is insane money to even think about. But yeah, no, like I get that, but like it does kind of like blow my mind when there are people like gifting 100 subs to Kai Cenat that already has like fucking 50,000
subs. That doesn't make any sense to me. They'll fucking look over and be like, "Oh, 100 subs."
Hey, thanks for the 100 subs, man. That was crazy. And that's it.
Chat. W Speezy chat. W Speezy.
Oh my god. I mean, like I said, I get it. I don't know.
I mean, fuck. If I was making 200,000 a month, I don't think I would. I don't think I would say thank you that crazily either.
No, I mean, I guess, yeah. I just like
that means that you're gonna have everybody else start giving you shit, and they're gonna expect a reaction out of you.
True. I mean, just like specifically for your Prime, like why are you using your fucking Prime on a big ass streamer? I guess if it's the only streamer you watch, I guess I can see that actually.
If it's the only streamer you watch, plus you don't want to spend the actual
yeah,
$5,
I can see that, I guess. You don't let politics dictate your diet? I do. I do. I mean, like, I absolutely will be boycotting a place that supports Israel. Like, for sure. I'm not gonna, like, fucking... I'm not gonna be a fucking, burger gun American that's like, they might be giving money to the IDF to blow up babies, but I really do like a Big Mac. Yeah, no, we good off that.
Oh, nice. I love how my car's just invisible
Whoa!
sometimes.
He pulled to me. Oh god. Taco Bell is so goated. Taco Bell is so goated just in every way. What does Kai Cenat even do? He's like Glep. Kai Cenat does like IRL streams, I'm pretty sure, mainly, right?
Kai Cenat gets sturdy.
Yeah, I don't really watch him either, but like I know like he does like he's like really high energy. A lot of people like watching him because like he just like is high energy, like has like guests on all the time.
I mean, he's had some solid streams. I liked watching his streams with Speed when they're doing like a gaming challenge.
True.
They're both like bots at video games.
They're literally doing a Minecraft challenge right now, I think. I don't know if it's over yet.
Yeah, they beat it.
Oh, it's over?
Yeah, they kind of got coached by like one of the like best players, so like it helped them out a lot.
Mm-hmm. That's gonna be
how to
me.
beat each boss and shit.
That's gonna be me soon.
Otherwise, they would have been cooked.
I'm sure I'm enough of a gamer where I can just figure it out with chat direction. I hope.
I mean, I get really the end goal for quote unquote beating the game would just be the Ender Dragon for you.
Yeah, exactly.
But there's like 4 bosses, but that's like the boss that actually gives you like an end credit.
Mm-hmm. Which is what I'd be going for. And then once I did that, if I still was not Minecraft out, I would do the community server and play in that as well for fun.
Yeah.
But the community server will still be.
Like it.
I hope I do. The community server will still be like running in the meantime while I'm doing my solo run. I feel like that'll be the best time to have the server for the community because people will be like, you know, you can like watch me play Minecraft and play Minecraft with the community while whatever. And yeah, I think it'll be fun.
It depends on what kind of gamer you are. Like, do you think you want to beat the game like as fast as possible, or do you want to like take the scenic route? Like, oh, I want to build a house and then
I would
like,
not mind. I would not mind if the game takes me like 2 weeks to beat it.
So you would want to like build yourself a base and not just go straight to the fucking Ender Dragon and do like the meta strats to beat it.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna speed run. I'll take my time. I'll do like a casual. I'll do like a more casual playthrough for sure.
Okay.
I don't plan on trying to speed run it. Like I
want to see you just play the game for like an hour without any help. Just see what kind of shit you craft up in your mind.
Honestly, I should. I think for like the first like hour, I should try
like,
all by
just
myself.
Figure it out yourself.
I'll try at least.
And like, I mean, honestly, the game, if you played it when it like not first came out, but like the first couple years it was out, there was like no sense of direction and guide. But I think
is there
there's
one
an
now?
in-game tab now. Yeah, like it gives you a sense of direction of how like it guides you towards the Ender Dragon now. Before it was like good fucking luck.
Oh, great.
But there's like a little achievement tab now that you kind of like you go based off of that.
Mm-hmm. That would probably be helpful. Fuck your Minecraft server, you'll join. I think Callus is gonna end up setting it up and running it when we do it. By the way, Dismal, do you that's already getting pretty close. I
Is this
can't
the panda that like makes main event every time?
I mean it literally says RLCS 2025 contender. So I'm gonna assume yes.
Where's the 26 contender?
Loser.
You're such a loser.
I'm pretty sure this is the panda that also has been really fucking mean to me.
Oh.
So that's great. I mean, it goes pretty much hand in hand with a lot of RLCS/bubble players at the time. It's just it's a rite of passage,
They got past beef with you.
I guess.
I'm one of the obstacles they have to overcome.
You're their Ender Dragon.
I guess. Oh, nice
Get that
save.
shit out of here. Fucking light work. Eat that shit like KFC.
We're gonna get. You say that again. You're gonna get like triple flip reset on.
Finger licking good. Get that out of here.
Holy fuck. Dismal, if I have time, will you play? I don't know how much. I have to hop off at the 5-hour mark today. I'm really trying to stay on track with my sleep schedule, and like that includes me not like procrastinating and like fucking staying late on stream for no reason when I can literally just hop back on tomorrow, you know? Okay, I got you. Yeah. It's okay. I mean, like, I won't have to worry about this as much once I start stream earlier. Like, there will be a time where when I start early enough, I will be able to stream comfortably for like 6+ hours every single time and not have to worry about, oh, I got to get off now because I want to get my sleep in order. Like, once that is in order, and let's just say I go live at like fucking 6 p.m. or 5 p.m., whatever, even 7 p.m. Oh, unlucky. Like, I'll be able to be live for 6 plus maybe like 8 hours. I don't fucking know. And it'll only be like 2 a.m. That'd be awesome.
Is that what? Oh, that's why you're putting a cap? Sleep.
Yes. Yeah, I'm trying to like, I've been streaming at least 5, you know, holy. I've been streaming at least 5 like every single stream, but like, I want to be able to comfortably stream longer. I just need to get my schedule in order and not like worry about like, all it takes is like one stream where I am like fucking stupid and stay live till like, I don't even know. And then everything gets back. I backslide a little bit and I don't want that.
Saying that shit. I got no touch on that.
Hmm. Wait, do you see who we're playing, Dismal? Fucking Harry Maguire, by the way. Holy fuck.
Clear. Hold on now. Oh.
I'm a little bit scared. Holy fuck. Not even close.
Beautiful. Give me this boost from this guy.
Wait,
too.
yeah?
To you? Maybe?
Kind of. He's Aki?
I bumped him. I put the back in.
I'll go first, yeah. All right, 0-0 OT, baby. Oh, you got that. Free bang.
Yeah.
I'm here. Whoa, shit!
Oh my
no,
god, oh my
no!
god, oh my 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 god.
Oh! Oh! High scopes. If that smell phone ring, hang it up. If that onion phone ring, pick it up. Hashtag yumme. Okay, you're banned. Holy fuck, he was almost 2K. What the fuck is that? Only
Those are
minus 6.
teammates.
Only minus 6. 1445 and
Oh, that
1670.
was fucking points.
Yeah, it hurts. Unlucky cat hode. Slopes. How are you today, Scopes? I lost 7 and I had no part of whatever the frick that was. Yeah, that was tough. Good question, Scopes. What's up, Rowan? How are you? I'm not up so early. Thanks for joining the stream. I see you following me too. Thank you for that. Yeah, that was really tragic. It's okay. It's okay. We keep it pushing and moving. Not in yet? We good?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well, if they
Damn
ate-
it. We cannot lose to someone with TikTok in their name.
I don't know. They look pretty mechy.
That lagged
Literally
really
got
bad
that
again.
past me. Double demo. Clear up some space.
You low-key just woke up. Bro, what is your sleep schedule? It's so strange. Like, honestly, waking up at 3 a.m. is, like, not that far off from being normal. You just need to wake up, like, 5 hours later.
You can wake up at like 5 and be good.
Yeah, I guess. You slept at 9 p.m.?
Some blue collar shit.
Only 6. So it's just all you gotta do is just sleep for like 8 hours and you'll be fine. What the f?
We're getting that scoop? What's that?
Actually, what the fuck was that? My bad, Ty. That too close to the net.
Wait, it's gonna work?
Sleeping at 9 p.m. is pretty normal if you're like 90 years old, but at least like just like get up at like 5 and not 3. That's so much more like I feel like beneficial for the rest of your day.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we're getting fucking shit on. Wait, this is another RLCS contender? What the fuck is this? Oh my god, look at their pings. What the fuck are we playing?
Oh lord.
Are these like Middle East players? Like what's happening here?
We're playing their fucking RLCS squad. They're practicing.
I guess. Good luck with your recovery, Kat. I really hope it goes well. I'm sorry to hear about that again.
Hold on now.
Nice.
There we go. I guess that explains why some laggy shit's happening.
I guess. I guess it explains why they're actually pretty good too. Oh wait. Nice. I wish I could sleep for more than 5 or 6 hours. I think like the ideal sweet spot for sleep for me is anywhere between 7 and 9 hours. And I'm usually, if I get 7 to 9 hours, I'm good to go for like a whole day and I can feel fine. I just know something. I got what I wanted. Didn't I can't feel nothing. Superhuman. Even when I'm fucking Viagra popping. Oh!
We're faster. They have to react to these
I
laggy
guess.
ass touches.
Traded.
They get the laggy ass touches, we don't. With the ping they got.
That's why people with high ping gotta play like fucking psychos.
No, literally. As long as they're on the ball, they don't lag.
I guess this could be Sam ping too, right? Like Sam, Middle East. It's too high for EU.
I think is Sam that high?
Yeah, it might even be too high for Sam. Nice.
It could just be Mina, yeah.
Taste, little taste, no okay. Top lefties?
Because where does Sam sit? Like 130?
Something like that. Oh, it's on target.
I could have low-key got that.
It's okay. Yo, Jordan, thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate that. You're grinding for GC now? I believe in you. Got this. Scopes, is it melatonin time again?
I'm literally just hard shooting because I can't react in time. So
Pretty
they're just
much.
fucking all up to luck. Oh yeah, we're saving that, I guess.
With the Hollywood smile.
I'm not getting that.
God damn it. Did that make you feel better about your pathetic life, IEC, or whatever the fuck your name is? I need to know. Like, did it? Did your horrible life issues get solved now? Am I smoking anyway? Yeah, so this is probably Middle East, I think. Oh my fucking god, bro.
Yeah, they're like fucking Tasmanian devils in the ball.
Whatever. That sucks, but is what it is.
We're just getting the most dog shit cues, yeah.
Yeah, I think melatonin can be definitely like a temporary useful tool. Damn, that guy was 1800. We just lost 2 games in a row.
Yeah, late night cues. Okay, this seems like our cue.
Why no one come? That's okay. I don't really. Only relatively recently did I start streaming on TikTok, so I'm appreciative of any and all support. You know. Any and all support, massively appreciated. Do not worry about it.
Missing the ball like 3 times in a row.
The fact that you're in there chilling it means a lot. With me, making pretty love to me pretty. Oh no! Okay, we're good. Whoa! Okay, nice. Oh, I got faked by Doc Peppy. Pinch? Oh, Tyler, you had to see that vision. That's a TikTok clip right there, and you know it. No. Honestly, if we win this game, let's make it our last one. I believe I will be 1 game positive if we win this. Because those last 2 losses basically counted for 1. So we win this, we go 1 game positive, and then I'll try to go positive in 2s real quick, and I'll be done for today. I think I was 1700 in 2s when I started, and I'm 1675. So maybe I'll just try to win 1 more game. I don't know. It's okay. I don't mind going negative 2 games. Not really a big deal. W jaded request. W. Bang.
Anyone can cook.
Have you ever didn't do your don't if you have hasn't have had hadn't is it or yet because? Did you just give me a stroke? What the fuck is that message? All the pretty girls in love with me, make it really done to me pretty. Pity. Oh!
Ooh.
I'm gonna leave that.
Keep it going.
Ow.
In there, swimwear, bang, 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 bang.
Bang, 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 bang.
Huh. Huh. Huh.
Oh my god.
So strong. I've been working out at the gym just for that reason.
I see.
I'm here.
Oh, nice. Fucking flying straight at my neck.
We're good. We're good. Oh yeah. Yo, instead of Tyler Clan, can I just call you TC? Is that cool? New nickname alert. New nickname just dropped. Please finish that. Thank you. Yo, nice shot, TC. Why are you speaking Chief Beef language? Wait, what the fuck is Chief Beef language? I do not.
Chief has. That's one of his celebratory things.
What is?
He has like a. I don't know what kind of fucking accent he has because I thought he was Canadian, but it's not Canadian. But one of his like celebratory things whenever he does something good is like, "Yas man."
Oh, did I say something like that?
Yeah, I think he goes into like I don't know if it's just like from Alpha Cap that I've seen it, but the bang 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 part,
Oh.
he might also do that.
Whenever I do the bang part, I literally, what's going through my head is Steph Curry. Steph Curry from 3, bang! That's what I'm thinking of. That bang is so iconic.
I think Beef goes like, "Yas man, bang bang."
Yeah, I know. I don't really watch Chief Beef. I've seen him a couple of times. He seems pretty nice.
I try to cut it off.
It's
too.
fine. He seems pretty nice. Have I seen Xavier Renegade Angel? What?
What?
I don't really.
Fuck.
I don't really watch many big Rocket League content creators. I mainly just watch like, oh nice. I mainly just watch like my friends and stuff. Chief Beef is low key passive aggressive. I mean, he's a good player himself though, right? Isn't he like a 2K SSL?
Yeah, Chief is like, I don't know what he is. I think he's like consistently like 2200 plus now.
I would really like to be consistently 2K at some point and get good enough for that. I need to lock the flip in. These fingers ain't getting any younger. Yo, we're almost at 3K likes in the TikTok, by the way. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yo, okay, that's a good one to end on, I think.
That's being pretty. I think we literally ended.
We
where
ended.
started. I know I did my exact MMR. I think.
Really?
If I told you 1676 earlier in the VOD, then yeah.
Maybe.
That's like the only way that someone could have said 6-7 off of what I was when I was getting rank checked.
Tyler, you saved us. Tyler, you saved us. I think we were like 2 negative when you started to play, by the way. Tyler Clan, you fucking saved us. What's up, Jplex?
Fucking did it.
You should start playing again. Dude, I'm like, ever since I've gotten back onto the stream grind, I've been playing so much more, and I really would love to have more gamers to play with. Like, I've been playing with Christino and Gim. I've been playing with, obviously, I played with you and Cross that one time, but I haven't been playing with y'all very much at all. I've been playing with Vekage. I've been playing with Twilly. I've been playing with Dismal. I plan on playing with Scopes soon, whenever his situation is fixed. I've been trying to
feel that Christino and Gim are gonna pass you up here soon.
Oh, please, God, no. You're
the duo queue's about to get GC3 in 2s.
Hell nah. Not from America, unfortunately, yeah. As an even classic, as an even grind. I mean, still. Really? Wait, you've gotten that much better and are that much closer? Is your teammate still a little shit to you? Teammates don't matter, thankfully. Bro, like, how do you even, like, survive in an environment like that? Is it just, like, a situation where it's, like, more beneficial for you to stay in it? Is that why? I would lose my fucking mind if my teammates were speaking to me like that. If I didn't recover and score that, I may have blown my fucking house up. In game. God, that's so cringe, Tyler. At least it's like beneficial for you. What's up, Ronaldo? How are you? I guess it is what it is.
Alrighty.
You're heading out?
Yeah, I do have work.
Okay.
I shall call it there.
One of these times, I'm telling you, me, you, Twilly should do like, I want to start doing co-streams more and playing more with people that like, and like mixing and mingling communities and like everybody helps each other out and stuff. I feel like that'd be really awesome. So we should do that.
Whenever you, I mean, even now, the times you go live now, I feel like I would be live around that time.
That's
whenever
what
you're
I'm
streaming.
saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
Or, like even if you do go live earlier, I'll still be live around that kind of time.
I even like like I went live at like 10:30 today. Like that's literally like a time where you, Twilly, whatever is live and shit. That's where a lot of people are live I play with. So I'm just like in an effort to be the best content creator I can be. I'm just trying to do like more fucking collabs and shit and all whatever you're supposed to do, you know? So that offer is out there that I'd like to play threes with you too, and we can like all stream together.
I don't think Chile wants to play threes ever again with this trio.
It's no, he just said he needs to get his threes rank up before he plays with us, which I understand because he's like fucking 1500. We obviously can and will win. I need to play better. I mean, I just need to play better too. I have not been playing very good Rocket League for the past like couple weeks, which is why my twos rank is also pretty low too.
VOD review for you.
Oh, perfect.
You can review yourself.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you.
No problem.
Get the flip out of here. I hope you have a good sleep and have a good day at work tomorrow and it's not too bad.
I hope so too.
Okay, I'll talk to you tomorrow, I'm sure.
Night, night.
Night. Pal World when? Bro, I'm playing Minecraft first. Isn't Pal World kind of like Minecraft with Pokemon? In a way, kind of low-key? Or am I making that up? The next big game I promised to play was Minecraft. Ew. Java or Bedrock? I mean, whatever is the one that people play. That one. What's up, Slurt? Power World is every game combined. I watched Quakey. Do you remember Quakey, Tyler? A little bit. I mean, yeah, I used to be like a Rocket League grinder. It doesn't really play anymore. But like, I watch Quakey almost every single night, and he had like a Pal World run where he literally just like beat the whole game. I don't know what that entails, but he like beat the whole game, and it was like crazy to see the shit that's in that fucking game. It's like it's like its own unique thing. Yeah, pretty much, Vekage. Pretty much. That's exactly a pretty good way to describe it. But yeah, I watched him play the fuck out of that game. He goes live like almost every single night after work, and I like watch him, and he's a really down to earth guy. I probably will end up playing Power World at some point. I know it just released like the full version, but I feel like I'm gonna play Minecraft first. I did promise that. I do want to try Minecraft. It's about time, and apparently like it'll be good content, and me being a player that has never played before, I guess is like rare. So I think it'll be good content. It'll be fun. How did I not get a double on that, bro? You talking about Power World package? I can definitely see myself playing Power World at some point. Oh my fucking god, I deserve to lose this game if we lose. How the fuck am I not just putting that in? Bedrock's on Windows, console, and Switch, but Java is PC only. So basically, I should do Bedrock, right? Or I'd want to play the one that allows as many people as possible to play. Solo World, do Java, and then Bedrock would be like community. I'm pretty sure I'm going to buy a version like I saw on CD Keys, that I can buy a version that is both Bedrock or Java. So I can literally have access to both, right? So there's like no downside, right? You got clickbaited? What did you get clickbaited by? Exactly. I love Dana River so much. Interesting. Minecraft nowadays gives you both. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Like, there's no reason for me to, you know, I'm gonna get both. I use PS5 controller. Fuck. I think I saw like it for like 15 bucks or something. Yeah, it's not very much money. I'm sure over the course of me playing Minecraft, I will probably it's pretty safe to say that with like any subs and stuff like that, I'll make back the cost of Minecraft very, very easily. Not to mention the, you know, short form and long form content I'll also be posting. It'll be such an easy way to farm views too. I'll literally just like frame it how it is. New player does so and so for the first time. New player does this and that, and I don't fucking know. Whatever Minecraft is. Whatever Minecraft entails. Maybe I'll become a Minecraft content creator full time. Bang. See ya, Rocket League. Hello, Minecraft. Playing Minecraft for the first time 15 years later. If I was like a person that had like a legit editor and stuff, imagine the long form content I could make. I could post like the daily. I can post like the shit I'm gonna do. Like I'm gonna post like the daily sessions and stuff and like edit them up a little bit and have them be like easier to watch. So that way it like cuts out the dead space in between. Like if I'm trying to like figure something out and blah, blah, blah. And then imagine if I had like an editor and shit, I could like compile all the parts to the Minecraft playthrough and literally have like an intro like, so I played Minecraft 15 years after it released, and this was my experience. And then like just like actually have like a 20-30 minute video just going over everything. What a bad fucking shot. It's actually disgusting that worked on me. Blueberries cross? Let's run a 2v2 drop shot once you again. What? Um, What is going on here? They're so lucky I didn't get a demo on that. Okay. I think if I win this, I'm done. This will be a good one to end on. We're playing on Java and we're not playing Bug Rock. What if people... What if there are people that want to play on console? And like Switch and stuff. I just want as many people as possible to be able to play. I guess we can like run it. We can have like a assessment. Of like who's on like what platform or whatever. What? What the fuck? Oh my god, yes! Minecraft on my mind! Minecraft on my mind! Hi, Mia! Okay, Stony. Sounds good. Oh, really? That's interesting, Vekage. And he beat it? Okay. So, overall Rocket League session. It was a chill Sunday. We played with friends for most of today. It was a chill Sunday, chill vibes. We went +1 game in 3v3. And I went -1 game in 2v2. So essentially, we went even today. It's whatever. It was a chill Sunday. I wasn't sweating too hard. There was no tilt or rage or... We were just kind of vibing the whole time. So honestly, we got the reps in. We got the hours in. Let's hit a clean double reset before I hop off. How are you tonight, Mia? I'm not hopping off quite yet. We will obviously do our dulls, but I finished at perfect timing. I finished perfect timing for getting off around 5 hours. I got Minecraft on my mind. Maybe a triple reset? No, that was a good setup. Interesting, Vekage. Okay. Bro. Oh my god. Minecraft on my mind. I wonder if I could like flip under it and then get a third flip on it after the touch, maybe? If I'm far enough away. I'll count that. Not very good, but we'll count it. Okay. Now, for the rest of the stream, we chill. We chill. We do Wordle. We do Map Tap. We do Scrandle. And we hop off at 5 hours today. Play Fart Night. Shali actually hopped on my account today and maxed my battle pass for me. Yes, we'll do watch party and we can talk about the thumbnail too. I got Minecraft on my mind. 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 I got Minecraft. Yeah, I feel like I'm kind of killing that. I got Minecraft on No, I got pipes. Okay. So Wordle, then Map Tap, then Scrandle, and then we hop off for today, y'all. 10 out of 10 singing. Thank you so much. Thank you. And like I said, don't forget to drop a like and subscribe on my YouTube stream if you have not done so already. We're almost at 40 likes. Don't forget to follow on Twitch, follow on TikTok, all that stuff. You know what it is. And I already shouted out the VOD channel, so that's whatever. And yeah, also don't forget to if you have Amazon Prime, you can have a Amazon Prime and Twitch Prime account once a month, every month to help me reach the sub goal. Vekage, that is really fucking funny. Holy shit. Top 10 Minecraft songs, June 2012. Good lord. Hi, Python. Okay. And we will take... We didn't take a blinker today, but we will take the PED blinker before Scrandle. That's a given. We know that already. Okay, okay. Nice. Saw's cart? Nah, we just got a live resin cart. This is about 1 week of usage of my 1G cart. So this should last me. This will probably last me like another month or something, which I'm happy about. I have not bought weed since June, the middle of June. So it's been 2 months. I'm cooking. So this is obviously going to be TXIBE, right? Tribe. It's just tribe, right? I got Minecraft on my mind. Damn, we all tied today. We all tied today. Y'all got lucky as shit. Y'all got lucky as shit.
Stony on 20
Yo!
CH gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Stony, chill. You don't have to do that shit. Listen. Listen, I've already said, I'm gonna gift myself the 5 subs regardless. I have not done it yet, and I will do it. So please don't feel pressured to subscribe. Thank you very much for the sub to Blake by the Ocean. Thank you. Damn. Okay, Liv. You're like that, huh? Oh, yo, the pretty purple button. Oh, God. Oh, wait, look. Stony, help me out here. Where is this? Like, yeah, right here? In this area? Thank you, Stony. Again, I appreciate the sub. More right? Fuck. Right here. Oh, son of a bitch. I was in Germany, I think. Brooklyn, New York. Oh, that was a banger. I'm glad to hear you're not using crack anymore. Is this still down? Oh, shit. W, clicks are back up. Clicks are back up. Yo, everybody, click for Palestine. Click for Palestine. Super easy, super easy. Let's fucking go. W comms, Razorblade. Easy, easy. Make sure you have your ad blocker off. The way this website works is they get money from you clicking and giving them advertisement and engagement revenue, and they then donate that revenue to actual UN agencies that need it. And literally, quite literally, it is thousands and thousands of dollars every year that these people donate. It's incredible, and it's literally from just fucking people clicking. It's awesome. Super easy way to show some solidarity and do something that for good, you know? And all it takes is clicking on your fucking computer. You can click once a day, every single day. Don't forget. Gaya, Bihar, India. I had no clue, but okay. All right. 1 second. Blue. 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 Something like that. Blue. Kazakhstan. Everybody knows Kazakhstan's literally right here. Fuck. Close. Type shit. Actually, Vekage? Gabon? Oh, little do they know I know where this is. Little do they know I had friends that are from Gabon. Little did they know. Fuck. Fucking shit, motherfucker. Shit. Fuck. Close, though. Did I beat you, Ashley? Blue. 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 Did I beat you? I'm gonna guess I didn't. Jimmers? Wait, is he actually? You have 2 sets of grandparents? Nice. I only have 1. Lucky. Okay. That's insane. For those of you that don't know, I'm gonna snooze ads so they don't play for the rest of the stream. For those of you that don't know, we are doing Scrandle. This is a game where we are given the name, the price, and what this stadium food looks like. Our job is to pick which food we think would be chosen more often over the other one. That's our job. And we got 10 out of 10 yesterday, by the way. Have we gotten back-to-back 10s? I think we go left here. But before, it's time for our first Blinky of stream and our PED. Really, Gim? Have we gotten 3 in a row before? Damn. Well, if we get today 10 out of 10, it'll be back-to-back 10s. With help from me. Oh yeah, do you want to join VC? Wait.
Hi.
Did you not hop back on the game today? Or are you just chilling?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was just, I took a shower because, I didn't have time before you went live,
Mhm.
and, I was reading for a bit.
Valid.
Yeah, and then I saw you posted the Wordle GIF, so I got
Oh yeah. You knew Scrandle was coming real soon.
mhm.
Why are you question marking Beckage? Scrolling through YouTube live makes me realize it's just 99 percent attractive people taking advantage of how they look. It's a zero-sum game for those who aren't. Wait, what? No, it's not. What kind of fucking incel logic is that, bro? Bro, I've seen the bro. Look at fucking someone like Asmongold. Asmongold is literally like the one of the biggest fucking streamers on the planet, and he's a disgusting, ugly roach. There's plenty of successful content creators who are not conventionally attractive. Like big content creators. All you have to do is see that to immediately prove yourself wrong. I'm one of those people? You think, bro, you think I'm skating by on my looks? That's really fucking funny. I love that. I think you have a very warped perception of reality. One, I'm not a big content creator. Obviously, relatively speaking, I'm not like a 3 viewer content creator. Obviously, like I'm decently established at this point. 2, I'm not conventionally attractive. 3, again, look at actual big content creators. There are so many content creators that are very, very big that are not conventionally attractive. You are, though. I've been thinking that, but I'm too scared to say it. Oh, shut the hell up, bitch. We blinker yet? No, you ready? Stony, Ashley, anybody else joining? I'm only popular because of my udders. Oh, by the way, udder update. Udder update. Wait, what's your other chats? That means you're pretty, though. Take as a compliment. Oh, shut the flip up, you too. The udders on my right side are basically completely gone. I only feel very, 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 like, faint, like, the last little remnants going, do I even feel that anymore? The udders on my right side are gone. I have like 1 udder on my left side now, maybe 2. So I have only 2 udders on my tummy now. The number has decreased. I have 1 on my leg. And so I decreased from 6 udders to, I think, like 4 now total. And hopefully that number continues to get lower and lower and lower. Package, you're such a dork. Makeshift Paps plushie 2027. Let's do it. The lizard brain is what makes people actually stop to watch. Bro, I promise you, you don't want to go down this fucking path of like lookism, like incel shit. It's not true. It's not reality. It is literally just a cope for people who don't want to like accept the actual reality and want to break everything down to looks. I'm not going to say that looks don't matter to some extent, but to act like it's like a deciding factor or the main one is obviously very silly. Pretty privilege exists. I'm not going to say it doesn't exist, but to act as if it is the only factor and the most important factor is just being delusional. Effort, hard work, personality, all of those things, like your own like your confidence, the aura you exude in the sense of like being like a positive person, whatever, will always, always, always be more important than your looks. You've been dog ugly your entire life. I wouldn't understand. I promise you, you're holding yourself back thinking like that. I promise. By the way, cheers. Cheers, 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 cheers. Ashley, Stoney, anybody else joining? Cheers. And then you have people like Cross on the opposite side of the spectrum. All right. Back to Scrandle.
Alright, we're going 10 for 10 today.
I hope so. I think this is a pretty obvious left, right?
Yeah, for sure.
You get the
3 out of
sausage,
10. It's
sausage, beer, and it's cheaper. Yeah, easy. Some W Cross. You don't deserve it. Cross, when are you gonna stop dodging me and play with me? Cheeseburger or sausage and hash brown baguette?
I think the cheeseburger is gonna be worse. Just
Yeah.
dry and the cheese. I don't know, the cheese wasn't even like heated up.
I think right side wins here. It is a jaded view. I'm sorry. I hope you have a successful career. I admire you, Mick. Hey, I appreciate that. I really am. I really am trying to do my best. Like obviously, content creating is like something that's not going to be here forever, and I'm on like a limited time to make shit work. And I kind of like I I slacked for a long time and did not take shit seriously and did not stream enough, did not put enough effort for a long time. And I only recently kind of like woke up to that reality, and I'm really trying my best to work as hard as I can in the meantime and make shit work. So, I'm on like a limited time. I'm not planning. I really hope I can make things work out and do content for, the foreseeable future. But I'm not gonna be silly. At some point, maybe that won't be the reality. But I really am gonna try to put my best effort and do my best, and for the meantime. And again, I promise you, you need to reframe the way you view that. Like, you know what it is? It's taking a kernel of truth. It's the same shit that like chuds do. They take a kernel of truth, and then they extrapolate and make shit up based on that kernel of truth. You know what I'm saying? It's like, for example, yes, your looks do matter in some instances. Pretty privilege does exist, whatever. That is true. That is somewhat reality. But then to extrapolate that information and act like, oh, looks is the only thing that matters. It's the most important thing that matters. Like, if you're not attractive, just fucking give up. Which is obviously, that is extrapolating off a kernel of truth and making shit up that's not reality, right? So it's very important to remember, again, and again, it's not cope, it's just how it is. It's how the world works. Your personality, the way you carry yourself, your confidence, um, taking care of yourself, like all of these things matter so much more than just simply how you look. Oh yeah, I seriously, Razor Blade, seriously. Nice. You have a challenge for me? What is it? Steak and pie mash, or okay, this is, uh, I mean, that's a free one. I mean, I gotta deliberate on that. Chicken strips and waffle fries, or cheeseburger and chips. I think this is left here. That burger doesn't. I don't know. I think we go left here.
Yeah, these both look good. Like it could be close.
Yeah, I think it's left. Nice. Can you say so? Okay. I Sofa King. Sofa King. Oh, darn it. What do I win? Bacon. Oh my good lord. What the fuck is on?
Okay.
Did they just puke on it and call it a day? What the fuck is this?
Yeah, these are. There's one of those ones that just like throws your streak.
I think it's right just by default. Sorry, I
Yeah,
threw up.
100%. Like right looks bad, but I would refuse to eat the one on the left.
Exactly. That's valid. Just straight up, I'm not eating this. Sausage and beer or chicken burger? Oh my god, it's obviously left here, right? It's got to be.
Mhm.
That's not even close. Spicy sausage? Oh my god, that's like a big ass fucking wiener. Or a Jockey Whopper
Whoa.
burger.
Has Jockey Whopper ever lost?
I don't know. 3 burgers, 3 bacon, 2 sausage, 2 cheese. I mean, damn.
Uh,
That sausage looks pretty good though, I can't lie.
It does, but I don't know. I've never liked the sausages that are like way longer than the bun.
I think Jockey Whopper Burger works. What do you think here, Razor Blade? You think the Jockey
Oh,
Whopper Burger? You like that
Beckett is right.
sauce?
It is only $3.
Yeah, I know.
Mhm.
That Jockey Whopper Burger looks like a greasy mess. That's how you look in the morning on the left? Oh, damn. Wow. Yo, I ate. Hello. What did you eat? 4 fucking years, huh? What the hell? That's your first message ever, and you've been following me for 4 years. You ate a fat poo? Oh. Oh, poo-see. Oh, okay.
Oh,
I see.
everyone is saying left.
Yeah, that was my initial gut reaction. The dog nut or this piece of shit won actually, by the way, one time. But surely that burger on the right looks very solid. Looks melty cheese, 2 patties, you get bacon up top. I mean, and it's the same price. Surely the decent looking burger wins, right?
What did the dog nut win against? I can't remember.
I don't remember.
It had to, it had to have been something really bad.
Your first message ever was followage. Yes. Dog nut never loses. Hell nah. Bro, it's a donut with a hot dog. That deserves a sub? Wait, what do you mean? Okay, I'm glad I went my gut. Yo, hi 3-putt. I was talking about you earlier, about how you were the person that really kind of like told me about. Oh my god. Yo, that's what you meant. Thank you for the prime. Holy shit. Oh, Bibsy, absolutely. Yeah, I think Burger wins here again.
Oh, he said.
Thank you for the prime. Yo, that is 3 out of 5 on the sub goal now, right before crunch time. Of course, some person that hasn't been around for 4 years comes by right at the end and goes, you know what? Prime. What's crunch time? Well, I'm about to end stream very shortly. So I was gonna just gift myself the last subs. But you came through and dropped another one, or dropped a prime, so thank you. Yeah, no, I think Nacho Helmet wins here, right? I don't think this is a Ray or Pie win.
Yeah.
1860 though? Jeez.
Where are the nachos included? I can't see any chips.
28s_ gifted
They
1
surely.
subscriptions to the community.
Yo, shut up, bro. This happens every fucking time. Thank you for the fucking gifted. Holy shit. To Moopster. This happens every time, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's 4 out of 5. Wait, no, that's 4 out of 5 now, yeah? We're 1 sub away now. Holy shit. Thank you. I think Nacho Helmet wins here as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wait. Oh my
Ashley
god.
gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Twillard's still alive. Hold on. Dude. Thank you so fucking much. Dude, this happens every single time. What the hell? What are
Am I
the...
gonna be live for a bit? Probably not like too much longer, so if you're thinking of raiding me, you should probably raid someone else. I appreciate it though.
Dude, every single time. Y'all, I don't fucking deserve y'all. Dude, what are the odds someone that has been following for 4 years, first time chatter, comes in to help us do the daily sub goal in the last freaking like 2 minutes of stream? What the fuck, man? Yeah, Stony, what the fuck do you mean? What are the odds of this? Some of these are the wrong Minecraft parodies.
Bad.
Like,
Oh my god.
oh wait, oh
Stop.
that makes sense, Python. Dude, holy shit. And then obviously Ashley
Nah, you're
tops it off.
ridiculous.
And it's the Anu too, by the way. It's a fucking Anu. Thank you for the gifted sub, Ashley. Thank you for the gifted I8, and thank you for the Prime as well. And Stony too, obviously. Y'all are too sweet. Thank you so fucking much. No, but dude, that's fine. Like, listen, I was talking about it earlier. Listen. I don't mind keeping the sub streak going by having a day where I have to finish it off. Like, it's fine. Like, again, one, it's in a way giving back to the community and helping out people that can't subscribe. And two, like, I don't know. It's like, it's like super discounted for me too, because I make some of the money back from it. So it's not a big deal.
Stop lagging.
And I want the sub streak to continue, right? And I don't expect people to like subscribe or give me money.
Fuck off, internet.
So it's like I am totally okay with gifting the rest myself. I promise.
Probably just here to get close to us, class S.
Yo, Nomad or something. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. But like genuinely, I'm not just saying that to say it. Like I mean it. Like it's not a big deal. Gifting subs to yourself is like, I feel like a relatively normal thing that streamers do sometimes. And I'm not saying I'm going to like gift my subs every day to keep the sub goal going. If it ends, it ends. You know, that's totally fine. We can just restart the streak. But like, you know, again, I haven't gifted myself subs in the past 44 days of the stream streak or the sub streak. So it's like, I don't mind doing it. Especially if it was like only like once a month or twice a month or some shit. That's fine. That's part of the not expecting people to sub. It's normal. Exactly. Thank you. It's normal to do that. Thank you. I'm not up. My bedtime's 5 a.m. You fucking piece of shit. You snitch. Don't tell on me. Bro, it's actually so true. The hero showed up. My knight in fucking shining armor. People do bets with their viewers to gift chat. No, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you. Like, I genuinely don't mind it. Yeah, I know. Like I said, anything that is money is like something that I never expect from anybody. People are following, chatting. That's fucking amazing and already more than enough. All right, yo, hey. See you in 4. Hopefully the sub streak is still going then. You can prime. Really appreciate that. Anyway, yeah, no, like Hi Frosty, sorry, I didn't have chat open for a sec. I wasn't trying to ignore you if that was a long time. September 17th, you'll be here? Is that is September 17th?
It's a
Oh, your prime anniversary. Okay, I see. That is 1 month from now. Makes sense. But okay. Thank you very much for the subs, y'all. Thank you for fucking the sub goal at the buzzer beater again. But seriously, I want to reiterate this going forward. I do not mind gifting my subs sometimes on like, again, to keep the streak going here and there. I really don't. I cannot say that enough. Please. I appreciate you. Don't thank me for the stream. Thank you for supporting. Y'all are fucking amazing. Thank you for the subs on YouTube, the follows on Twitch, the subs on Twitch, the likes on YouTube and TikTok, the follow on TikTok. I am so grateful. Thank you for another amazing stream. I will be live hopefully earlier tomorrow. Again, I want to get back on track this week, so stay posted for that. W Rocket League sesh, not literally a W. I went even, but honestly, playing for that long and chilling and having fun with friends and going even is a W in my book. So, yeah, hopefully we can go positive tomorrow. And like I said, I would love to have SSL and rewards within 3 weeks. That will give us 2 weeks to play Minecraft and not stress about new season shit. So, yeah. Anyway, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Show Immunaz some love. I'll hang out in this chat for a sec. And yeah, I'll see you next stream. Until then, mwah. Bye.